with particular focus on retrofits and new buildings, and finally on the safety challenges linked to these two fuels that have been the first ones EMSA started to focus with the help of a consortium composed by ABS, CDELT and Arxilea. As usual, we have participants here in Lisbon with us, and we have participants online. Feel free to use the chat as you did yesterday to comment, to post questions, but you can also take the floor by raising your hand in the chat. Without further ado, because again we have a quite dense program, I would like to give the floor to our contractor, and in particular to CDELT. Julius Kirali will be the one starting this presentation with focus on the economic dimension of alternative fuels in question, and he will start with an overview of cost analysis. René Lorsen from ABS will then intervene at the end of the presentation to complete the overview. Julius, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Manuela. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And again, thanks EMSA for arranging this great event that we can share our analysis, our knowledge with way more parties than when we just put it on the website. This is a great event to put it out here. So today, I'll present to you the overview, the highlights of the cost analysis we did on alternative fuel-powered vessels. First, I will take you to the method, how we did the analysis, so you can come to an understanding what are all the costs that entail in the total cost of ownership, and then I'll discuss the results of the analysis with one particular case of a bulk carrier. In the report, we also outlined some other ship types. So you're invited to check that out in the report, of course, but I can only cover one example, one case in here. Then René, colleague from ABS, will take over and present to you something about retrofitting, and we finalize with discussing how to close the cost gap between common fossil fuel powered vessels and alternative powered vessels. So when a ship owner or a operator wants to use alternative fuels, we can think of retrofitting a existing vessel of the fleet, or when a vessel needs replacement, we think of a new build. And for the overall cost analysis, we look to a total cost of ownership. That means the total cost of the investment and also all the operational costs. So here, an overview of the structure of the analysis. On the left-hand side, you see all the different cost data inputs used. So propulsion system, engine cost, the fuel supply system cost, the storage. This is of course a big challenge for some alternative fuels, as ammonia, we also covered yesterday. And then on the operational cost side, we have bunkering costs, maintenance costs, and a large chunk of the cost are the fuel costs, of course. We did this according to a standardized list of the IMO World Fleet, in which ship types and ship sizes are defined with their average installed power and annual fuel consumption on average. And this entails all functions on board. So the main engine, auxiliary and boiler functions for the power supply of the ship. So on one side we have the capex, the capital expenditure, and on the other side we calculated the operational expenditures. And then we look to what the TCO, the total cost of ownership, is for 1 year of operating and owning the ship. And in the end, to compare whether, well, how costly this is, we compare this with the baseline very low sulfur fuel oil powered vessel. So we express our results in a relative difference to the TCO of the baseline ship. Good to mention that we only consider the cost which we think or we heard that might be different for the alternative fuels. So the normal ship design, the hull, the normal ship design, we leave out of this because we assume this is more or less the same. Of course, there are some challenges and issues with storage, which I will also mention later on. But the main items we think are listed here. Some main assumptions for the analysis. Also here, the cost for the capex. As we can see on the left-hand side in the graph, the ICE. ICE is a two-stroke low-speed diesel internal combustion engine. We assume for fuel oil, so that is the fossil variant, but also all the drop-in fuels, FAME, FT diesel. We know all about that. And then on the right hand, the bars in red, light blue, we see the cost per power unit for the alternative fuels. And we can see ammonia is currently 2 to 3 times more expensive than an engine for conventional fuels. Storage mentioned as well. We can see that biomethane, this is of course bio-LNG, is quite some higher cost compared to fuel oil, and methanol has also some increase in cost for the storage. As I mentioned, the fuel cost is the main component of the total cost of ownership, and this is already the case nowadays with fossil fuels. Over the lifetime of the ship, the fuel costs are about 85 to 90% of the total cost of operating and owning the ship, depending on the ship type and the size, of course. We see in the column for 2020 the fuel cost in dollars per gigajoule, and this is done because we want to compare the same energy content, and the energy content per volume per weight also differs between these alternative fuels. So here we have a better comparison, but the $6.60, this was in the time we did the analysis more than 1 year ago, when the bunker fuel oil was still at around $450, and nowadays, of course, this is around 600, 700. So we will focus on 2030 and 2050, of course, and we have to put an asterisk here. We can't look into the future, of course, but these are the best estimates we get from projections for the fuel cost from different sources: IRENA, IEA, Fuel EU Maritime, and impact assessments from the European Commission. Sorry. ETS costs are yet not considered in this analysis, unfortunately. At the time of performing the analysis, the ETS for the maritime sector wasn't clear yet, so we couldn't incorporate it at the time. But I will mention what this is expecting to be the difference, how much more expensive the fuel oil case would be, the baseline. I will mention that later on in discussing the results. And of course, the cost for alternative fuels, biofuels in particular, depend on the competition with other sectors, as we have also heard yesterday. Good to mention is also these costs are production costs, and we are aware that fuel suppliers may have a margin, and the whole supply chain. So please be aware when taking these notes in consideration, and also these are for indications, so please do not directly base your investment decisions on this, I would say. Do your own analysis as well. So in detail, we will be looking at mid-sized bulk carriers, and in the report we also outlined mid-sized container ships in detail. We also, with ammonia, is the case that the energy density, the volumetric energy density, is about 3 to 4 times lower than fuel oil. So this has a consequence for the storage. Either the storage has to be expanded in the ship, or the bunkering frequency has to be increased. In this analysis we present here, we looked at an increase of bunkering, because we also did the analysis on the increase of fuel storage, but that needs that much increase of fuel of storage at the ship that the business case for carrying cargo is severely impacted. So please take that into account, that the bunkering frequency is increased in this hypothetical case about 3 times. So here we also discovered in analysis there is still a challenge to overcome with the storage, especially. The first is the biofuels. So here we see the different types of biofuels we considered in this analysis: biomethanol, HVO, FAME, and biomethane. Currently we can see that all the biofuels have a much higher TCO than the baseline. So what you see here in percentages is how many more times the TCO is higher than the fossil fuel variant. But we can see there's a steep decline in almost all biofuel variants. HVO and diesel FT even show a positive business case in 2050, of course depending on all the developments on the fuel oil side, the fossil fuel oil side, but also on the biofeedstock side. Biomethanol, first from biofeedstocks, and later this could be e-methanol, synthetic methanol. This fuel shows great potential, we discovered. So there's a very steep decline for biomethanol in the coming decades, we expect. But still, the maintenance costs are expected to be quite significantly higher than the maintenance cost in a common fuel oil ship. As we can see in the light pink bars, this is compared to the maintenance cost of the fossil fuel variant. Biomethane doesn't show that much decline in total cost of ownership over the years. And we can see already nowadays that ship owners are more prone to invest in biomethanol and ammonia, which I will be covering later. Good to mention here that the ETS cost, the EU ETS cost as proposed, as we don't know exactly how high this will be, but we assumed a 46 euros in 2030, and this would increase the fuel cost of fossil fuels by about 25 to 30%, and this could potentially close the cost gap with some biofuels. We can see HVO is 36% higher still in 2030, FT diesel 40%. So depending on the development of the prices in both segments, there could potentially already be a cost parity equal cost case. In 2050, this is of course very ambiguous. How high the ETS cost could be. What expected is that there is a higher cost, of course, than in 2030. So this could close the gap further, but we don't expect that this will be fully closing the gap. Going on to ammonia. Currently, ammonia, the TCO for ammonia is 6 to 8 times higher than the fossil fuel variant, a fossil fuel powered ship. So these are currently only pilots by R&D, of course. This is not a viable case yet. And as we can see here, for the cost development, this will remain quite some time. In 2030, it's expected that ammonia-powered vessels will be still 3 times higher in cost compared to the fossil fuel ships. And this will be around 200% higher in 2050. The main component is here as well the fuel costs. We can see in the red bars. The fuel cost, the green ammonia fuel cost, is expected to decrease quite significantly, but still at a very higher gap in cost between the fossil sort. Also good to mention, we looked in the analysis at different production locations. So in the first, on the left hand side, you can see in NH3 Aus, and this means Australia, and then Chile, Morocco, Spain, and blue ammonia. Blue ammonia is considered to be produced from blue hydrogen in the EU with carbon capture and storage. And for the last one, the blue ammonia, we can see that now and in 2030, this will be the lowest cost for ammonia, the ammonia type, production type of ammonia. But it won't be on the long term the most cost-effective ammonia production pathway. The capex, good to mention, is expected to remain quite high compared to the capex of course, mature technology of the internal combustion engine for fossil fuels. But as we heard yesterday from the manufacturers, this is in development and we can expect, but we can't yet predict, that the cost for the capex of an ICE for ammonia will decrease over time. So to summarize the TCO for a new built vessel, biofuels show potential to be a cost-effective drop-in emission reduction potential without major technical adjustments. Still, this is depending on some cases, some factors, the world's feedstock supply and the prices, the scarcity for that with the competition with other sectors. For ammonia, we can see this is if produced in a green, sustainable way, and we have to define that, of course, it's also being done currently. This is a zero-emission tailpipe solution, but currently and in the coming years, decades, we still expect this is a major costly investment. Also, here's the chicken egg situation, of course. You have to have the right bunkering facilities and the cargo facilities to transport the green ammonia to the ports wherever needed. René, may I ask you to take over to talk about the retrofits?
Yeah, thank you. Few words about retrofit. We have looked at container ship retrofitted to biomethanol and also to biomethane, and looked at that in order to investigate how much does it cost to convert those ships into operating on these two type of fuels. There's a lot when retrofit is being considered. There's a lot of things to evaluate during a retrofit project. Normally, the cost is compared to a new build. It's more expensive simply because that a lot of the equipment has to be tailor-made for each ship. You will also find that it's not the same shipyard who is going to do the retrofit as built the ship. So there's possibilities there also for failures, mistakes, and challenges during the process. So there's a lot of engineering work required in combination with a retrofit, and that also, I would say, makes it a little difficult to evaluate the actual cost for retrofit. So these indicative prices there for conversion of the ship is given with a big span of cost. For methanol, it's 19 to 25 million US dollars it costs to convert a container ship to operate on biomethanol. Tank size will also be a key to the cost of the retrofit. There's many different solutions there. For methanol use, it takes up 2.4 times more volume than fuel oil, and you have to fit that into a container ship. So you need to do some evaluation there about tank size, and also looking at loss of cargo in that respect, and do evaluation. Another aspect for retrofit is that it's an older ship, so the payback time for retrofit is shorter. And as the starting point, you have also a higher cost compared to a new build. So the terms and conditions for doing a retrofit is more difficult. There's no doubt. We have also seen in the market that it's very few who actually in the end select retrofit. There's a lot of requests for retrofit, but in the end it never evaluate. And the expectation from my side, it is simply because when the overall risk is being evaluated in a retrofit project, then they are being evaluated to be too high. We see also on some of the projects from the past where retrofit has been done, that the cost in the end is more expensive than the initial expected cost. So it's not like doing a new building. Last thing about retrofit that needs to be highlighted is that it is a ship repair yard. It is normally a one-time event for doing this. It's a tailor-made design. So it's not normally things that can be laid out in a production plan and optimized. It's only a few cases, it's only BV gas where we have seen many retrofits being performed on the same ship where there has been some type of optimization. So expectation for retrofit is that it's probably only the very expensive ships which have a relatively long lifetime left, where it could be interesting to look at this retrofit. And our expensive ship is LNG carrier. It's large size bulk carriers. It's large size containers ship, and it's large size tank ship. The smaller ship, I doubt that we'll see many retrofit in the future. If you're looking at new fuels and what can be done to close the gap there, the cost gap, and make them more attractive, looking at alternative fuels, CO2 tax has often been discussed as a solution there, but recent studies have shown that you need a cost in the range of $150 to $300 per ton of CO2 to make it attractive for new fuels to be introduced. And it's doubtful that this will be accepted as a worldwide tax on CO2. So there has to be done other measures to improve the new fuels possibility to be used in shipping. There could be also rules for blending in fuel, that you have a requirement to the minimum amount of biofuels in the mix in the fuel. There could eventually also be a ban of using fossil fuel within the EU. It has been discussed. If you look outside the regulatory side, then there's also private initiative. There's you look towards Maersk. They are investing heavily in the use of green methanol. They are developing their own market for offering carbon neutral transportation for the ship owners. At the moment, they are the only one on the market who's offering this kind of transportation. So they have a monopoly for doing that. There's a lot of big companies who have a target for setting CO2 emissions in the future. So there is actually possibilities there for private company to go in and start using these new fuels and generate a business case based on a slightly higher cost for transportation. But it has to be done in a different manner as it is being done today. It has to be agreed on management level. As soon as it comes down to competitiveness between companies, we don't see that the new fuels will succeed because they are 3 times, 4 times more expensive than normal fuel. Green corridor projects is also a way that could accelerate the introduction of new fuels. There's a lot of initiatives on the way, and I think there's around 20 green corridor projects which has been announced, and they could also serve as a way in for new fuels. Thank you.
Thank you to René and Julius. As I said at the beginning, this is again a very important piece of the puzzle. The role of demand and supply will be crucial in the impact on the cost structure in the future, and there is clearly the projections are at least with a very positive trend, and also what's happening a level of legislative framework at EU and IMO will also, let's say, support a change in the cost structure. But when we speak about costs, yesterday also we were talking quite a lot about how investments can be directed on the basis of relevant sustainability criteria, and there is also the dimension of research and innovation that is clearly very relevant. Industry is already quite engaged in a lot of initiatives, and we have now a contribution from SINEA, who is the relevant executive agency actually in charge of different programs that have also an impact on maritime, which is the focus of this workshop. And we have with us Richard Ferrer, the head of alternatives fuel sector at SINEA, who will provide an overview of these financing opportunities and a bit the scope and the objective of it. Richard, who is online, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi everybody, bon dia. Indeed, I will try to show you, maybe not so much on ammonia, but still we will talk about it, but show you what are the financing opportunities. We have seen just before that ever retrofitting or new build has a cost, in particular in terms of capex, of course, and we have a program which is the Connecting Europe facility, in which we have the AFIF, the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Facility, which is dedicated to supporting the supply network for alternative fuels, and in particular for the maritime sector, not only all modes of transport, but the maritime sector in particular. So next slide. Yes, so just a very quick glance at what we have done up to now with the previous programming period with this program. We have focused a lot and still on charging EV charging points for light duty vehicles. We have a lot of hydrogen stations that have been co-funded by this program. We had a lot of LNG and CNG road stations, but at the end of the day, you see that we had very few requests, very few applications for ports, being maritime ports or inland ports. So only kind of 15 bunkering facilities, ever bunkering vessels or fixed facilities in port areas have been financed. While we had a lot of funds here, and you see the result here in terms of transport modes. Most of the funds of the previous period have been dedicated to the road sector. And again, this is due to the charging points and hydrogen stations, but very limited amount were dedicated to maritime and inland waterway. Next slide. So what can we finance? We have two main targets. First target is zero emission transport. What we want is to fully decarbonize transport according to the European objectives of the Green Deal in particular. So we are financing the electricity recharging infrastructure. This is not concerning maritime sector, but for the maritime sector, we have electricity and hydrogen infrastructure for which we are providing a co-funding rate of 30 to 50%. We will see that. So this means that for ports, we may have ever short side electricity, like OPS. We may have hydrogen facilities. This is covered by this zero emission priority. Second priority is low emission, and this is only targeted on LNG. Sorry. For which we are providing a lower rate of support, but this is considered as a transition because we are not anymore financing directly the gas sector for transport. So only for maritime and inland waterway and only as a transition. Where do we find ammonia here? It's on the zero emission and the hydrogen component where we may use as well hydrogen carrier fuels. Out of this, ammonia is in the list, of course. Next slide. You see a global picture of the funds that we have. In blue, it's the original envelope. In yellow, you see what remains. So as you can see, because we had already projects selected up to now, and you see that we still have a lot of funds available under the general envelope, 900 million, under the cohesion envelope, 280 million. So more than $1.1 billion, $1.2 billion available at the moment still up to December 23. So there is still room to co-finance projects in the maritime and inland waterway sector for alternative fuel. For the moment, the only projects that we have received were targeting LNG still. So nothing on hydrogen, nothing on ammonia. A bit of OPS have been financed either by AFIF or by CEF in general, because in CEF in general we have a dedicated priority for maritime transport as well, for infrastructure in general, for terminals where you can, of course, install OPS. So we have two ways to finance OPS, actually, the AFIF of the general budget of Connecting Europe facility. Just a little precision here. You see the notions of implementing partners and non-implementing partners. In clear, what it means is that a part of the budget is reserved for projects that are supported by national promotional banks, such as EIB, such as ICO in Spain, such as CDP in Italy, CDC in France. So national promotional banks, 2/3 of the projects of the funds that we are allocating to projects have to come to us as an application supported by these national promotional banks. And for 1/3 of the projects that may be submitted, it may be the banking sector or any kind of private bank in general. It's what we call the non-implementing partners. So in both cases, the implementing partner has to provide at least 10% of the total budget which is submitted to us, because this is the AFIF is a blending facility. Next slide. Very quickly, how it works. You are a project promoter, you go for a national promotional bank or a non-national promotional bank, a commercial one. You get the 10%, you apply. We make an internal evaluation of this, ever the project is not selected, or if it's selected, we start with you immediately the signature process for the financing agreement. I mean, you need to sign, the financing agreement with your banking partner, and we start the process of signing the grant agreement. So the idea is to go very quickly to release immediately some cash flow and some pre-financing for you as soon as you have been selected. So the total duration of this process is quite fast. Is expected to be less than the usual one, which is more or less 8 months. So we try to finalize these within 5 months or 6 months maximum, between the time of application and the time where you sign and you receive the pre-financing. Next slide. I just saw a message in the meantime saying, is Europe still financing LNG? Just to mention that, yes, we have this low emission target. I will come back to this in a minute. And we still finance it as a transition for transport, at least. Zero emission transport. So this is the first topic, the first target. So electricity and hydrogen. Just to say that, of course, what we are financing here, it's the supply network. It may be the fleet, and it's exceptional for maritime transport and inland waterway transport. We can still finance the vessels under certain conditions. But what we are targeting is, of course, green source of energy, green fuels based on renewable energy sources. And we may even finance a part of the production within a limit of 20% of the budget which is submitted to us. This is considered as a synergy between the energy side and the transport side. Next slide. So zero emission for inland and maritime transport. What we are financing is, as I mentioned, OPS, onshore power systems. We can finance the upgrade of the grid connection, which may definitely be necessary. We can finance to use the infrastructure, the port vehicles, the port equipment. So this is very specific to waterborne transport. It's not the case in other transport. We are not financing anymore the vehicles. Only for waterborne transport we still do. So it's important to take note of this. And in this case, we will finance vessels that may be propelled either by electricity, or you will see after by hydrogen. So in this case, electricity, always based on the difference of cost regarding the propulsion system. So this is our approach. The locations, it's all the locations in terms of ports that are defined in the TEN-T network. So we have a list of ports and all those are eligible based on our regulation. Next slide. So this was about electricity. Here it's about hydrogen, so directly or with fuel cell, of course. We are financing for waterborne transport hydrogen refueling stations with two type of dual pressure, 350 and 700 bars. Again, we are financing port vehicles and equipment, and this is where ammonia comes into the picture. We are financing hydrogen and hydrogen carrier fuel. So it's not that at the moment we are financing supply infrastructure for ammonia. We are not yet there. It may change in the near future as from 2023 or 2024 with a new phase of AFIF support. But for the actual one, which is up to December 23, what we can do is to finance hydrogen and hydrogen carrier fuels that may be used in vessels for propulsion. So here you have a possibility to have already some projects that include, of course, ammonia to transport hydrogen, maybe in fuel cells. Locations, still the same locations in terms of eligibility. Next slide. Why railway? It's not an error. It's just because we are financing as well hydrogen refueling stations for rail sector. Sorry. But what may concern ports is the fact that we are financing this in terminals for refueling shunting locomotives. And you may have in some ports already some rail terminals with shunting locomotives that are dedicated to make the link between, of course, port activities and the connection to the railway network. And in this case, you may as well, as port, be eligible if you have such a project to use hydrogen for shunting locomotives. Next slide. So this was for zero emission transport, and low emission is only on LNG. And as mentioned in bold here, it's only as a transitional solution. Of course, when we receive projects under this topic, we will look at the most valuable projects in terms of impact, emission reduction, and of course, we are looking at projects that will be based on bio-LNG in particular. Next slide. So what do we finance? Again, we are financing refueling stations, which includes the complete LNG infrastructure, which includes storage facilities, as long as it is for transport. Of course, we are not financing terminals or LNG terminals for whatever usage. It's really infrastructure dedicated to transport, and still financing bunkering vessels because we consider it, of course, as mobile stations, basically. I mean, not really mobile stations, but mobile infrastructure, more precisely. Eligibility in terms of a geographical scope is still the same, the list of inland waterway and maritime ports and port areas from our regulation. Next slide. We have some specificities. Everything is in our call text, which is it's a rolling call. So the call for proposal is open since the 19th of October 21, and it's open up to December 23. So we have several dates to provide and to submit the applications. You will see that just after. So it's an open call. So you have the time to prepare the projects, the proposals, and to come to us at several moments. So you see here some specific conditions for vessels. I don't go in detail through it. You will have a presentation, but basically, again, we are looking at the fitting or retrofitting of the main propulsion system. So the idea is here to shave a bit the extra capex that you mentioned just in the presentation before. Inland vessels should have some characteristics. We are not financing vessels for tourism or for cruise, but for OPS, of course, as long as it serves several users, it may serve as well cruise ships. This is not an exclusion, so for OPS. So we finance the difference, of course. We finance public or private fleets. operating under member state law, of course. Voilà, so it may be for passengers, for cargo, and very importantly, it has to remain in operation at least 4 or 5 years after the end date of the project. But okay, considering the time of depreciation of the investment on the maritime sector, I don't think it's a big issue. Next slide. What is not eligible is important as well. We are not financing land acquisition and vehicles, as I mentioned. We do, but only for waterborne transport. So you are a lucky sector in transport for this AFIF program. We are not financing staff costs. We are not financing operational costs. We are not financing upgrades. But again, when we say upgrade, we are mostly talking about existing infrastructure. But if it's if it's an upgrade in terms of retrofitting, we do finance retrofitting of the propulsion system, as I mentioned before. So it's not considered as an upgrade. Voilà. So you have all the elements here. Steam methane reforming is not something we do finance. So maybe there is an issue with ammonia. If at a certain point it is based on this technology, which may not be completely decarbonized. So maybe there is an issue to discuss here. And we do not finance hydrogen production facilities, as I mentioned. It may be financed up to 20% of a project, which is submitted to us, but it has to be dedicated to transport, of course, which may be an issue as well for hydrogen, where you are more looking at the complete value chain and several users to make it profitable when you are producing hydrogen. And it's not often that it's only dedicated to transport. But so that's why you have a mainly used, it's formulated like this, mainly used for transport. So it should not be mainly used for other purpose than transport. Next slide. Here, importantly, the co-funding rates. So you see for hydrogen in particular, or electrification for OPS, 30% up to 50% for the cohesion member states. And LNG, as I mentioned, a lower rate. It's really to support bio-LNG. I see the question is considered as LNG. So we are financing here the infrastructure of the bunkering vessels. And preferably projects that are demonstrating that they will use and bunker bio-LNG. So we do finance, even if it's not bio-LNG, for low emission priority. But of course, it's a plus if the project is demonstrating that it's more virtuous than using LNG from natural gas, in particular in the actual context. So you see 10 to 20% for the cohesion member states. Just in the right up corner, you see some mentions about inland waterway, motorways of the sea, and the maritime sector. It's just because this is under AFIF, which is part of the Connecting Europe facility. But we have a dedicated call for proposal for Connecting Europe facility in which you have a maritime priority. And in this maritime priority, you are still able to co-finance OPS. So you have two possibilities, either OPS as a standalone project and you come to AFIF, or OPS as one of the elements of a bigger infrastructure and you go to a general call of Connecting Europe facility. Next slide. Evaluation process, quickly. I think I'm running out of time, so I will try to be fast. How it works. It may be interesting for you if you have a project to see how we evaluate it. Next slide. So basically, we receive your proposals at what we call cutoff dates. You will see them just after. We are performing, of course, an admissibility and eligibility check to see if we can accept your proposal. If it's the case, we do an evaluation, and the difference is that we have in my team the experts that will look at the projects and evaluate the projects. So we are not externalizing it, as it's the case for CEF in general. For AFIF, we are doing this in-house, which saves about a lot of time as well. We are then proposing the projects to be evaluated to an internal panel composed of colleagues from DG Move and other DGs. There is a selection committee, which is the board of directors, and then it goes to the member states for approval, what we call the SAFE committee. And as soon as it's approved by the member states, we go for a grant agreement preparation. So 4 months, more or less, for this process. And then it may be very fast after. We have up to 9 months to conclude the signature of the grant agreement. But our objective and the objective of the beneficiaries usually is to go much faster than that, and we can do that. Next slide. How the projects are selected. We have 5 criteria: priority and urgency, which is basically the relevance of your project to our policy objectives. The maturity, we want to finance projects that can deliver, because projects have to be implemented within a period of 36 months with possibilities of extensions. But of course, the idea is that we select projects that are ready to go, and we just complement the financing so that it can start. The catalytic effect is the extent to which the funding that we will provide and the funding which will be provided by the financial institution will allow, with this blending, attracting maybe investors, attracting funding to this project, allowing the next phases to be accelerated. So it's really to which extent it has an impact to provide the funds. The impact is more the impact in terms of society, in terms of emissions, in terms of improvement of the transport sector and decarbonization, and the overall quality of your project, of course. So each of the 5 criteria are scored out of 5, from 0 to 5, and the pass mark is 3. If you have on only one of the criteria less than 3, you are not selected. So it's a bit straightforward. Of course, what are additional positive elements is when you have projects that are based on renewable energy sources, based on biofuels, based on circular economy. All those elements will increase, if you want, the score of each project. In particular, if there is a competition, which was not the case for the moment. We have a ranking, which is an automatic ranking based on the score of the 5 criteria. And then we look at the yearly envelope which is available, and we see if we can select them all or not. We still have, as you saw from the beginning, a large amount of money available, so we are not obliged to select amongst good projects yet. We can take them all. So I think it's still the right moment if you have projects to apply, because the competition is lower. Next slide. These are the deadlines for submitting. The 2 first have passed. We still have 3 deadlines. November, a bit short now, of course, for you, but next ones will be in April and September. So in 2023, 2 possibilities to apply, and after 23, we are already working on the next phase of AFIF. And probably with more elements inside. Discussions, as I mentioned, are ongoing on the inclusion of ammonia and infrastructure for ammonia. So this is the situation at the moment, and those are the next opportunities. Next slide. And that's it. So you may find on our website, of course, a lot of elements on this. As I mentioned, the call is published and open. It's a rolling call, so you have all the elements. But of course, we have a functional mailbox to ask any questions that you may have if you intend to submit a proposal. And I think there were some questions, so I'm ready to answer, of course. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard, for this quite exhaustive overview. And since you are online, I will take now questions on this specific presentation so that we can also satisfy any clarification that might be needed. Is there anybody in the room that would be interested to intervene? You, Riccardo, please.
Hello, thank you for the presentation, dear colleague. A question about the eligibility of ammonia under the AFIF text for the call. You mentioned that, in fact, hydrogen is referred for the infrastructure. There is a reference, however, for ammonia-fueled vessels, which I believe introduces some challenges with potential proposals. And you mentioned also ammonia as hydrogen carrier. And in fact, this would require that some sort of conversion would take place. And I would ask either on port or on board the vessel. You mentioned, or you gave a hint, that this would probably be solved for next year's revision of the AFIF calls, and I wonder if there is already a decision on that, or if you have any clarity on that, because in fact we had questions about it as well, and I think that would be very interesting to understand also for the wider community. In fact, thank you.
Well, so at the moment, indeed, the initial idea was to have hydrogen vessels propelled by hydrogen, but as by hydrogen carrier fuels, not only hydrogen, simply, which includes ammonia. As you mentioned, this may require some transformation, maybe on board, which is quite unlikely, I think. So what we have at the moment is the possibility to finance the fleet, which will be linked, which will use ammonia, which may use ammonia in a fuel cell, and which will be linked to an infrastructure that we are not necessarily financing, because the conditions to, considering the fact that it's highly toxic and corrosive, there are still elements that needs to be clarified on the bunkering process and so on. So this was not included initially, but we have discussions that are still ongoing to see if we can add infrastructure for ammonia supply for transport as from the second phase of AFIF, which will start on the 1st of January 2024, or if we can amend the actual call text so that in 2023, you see that we have 2 dates, April and September. If we can amend the call text, so that we can more clearly include facilities for ammonia as well, and not only for the use in vessels. So that's the ongoing discussion, which is not completely finalized with DG Move yet.
Thank you, Richard. There are a couple of comments in the chat, Richard. One referring to bio-LPG, another one about the homogeneous approach of the infrastructure, and finally the eligibility criteria for a cruise company to get the financing for OPS installation on ships. Can you please try to provide any clarification in relation to these comments? Thank you.
Okay. So LPG, we are not anymore financing. So whatever LPG or bio-LPG. Then we'll see if ever tomorrow we have some bunkering possibilities for ammonia. I know it can use LPG carriers, but in terms of infrastructure at the moment, to answer clearly the question, bio-LPG is out of AFIF. Only bio-LNG, as I mentioned in the presentation. Regarding OPS installations for cruise ship on board, answer is very straightforward. It's not eligible. OPS only for cruise ship is not eligible either on shore. What I mentioned is that we may have OPS installed in port in some terminals that may be used not for the sole use of cruise ships, but by several type of vessels. And then in this case, of course, there is no exclusion that VOPS infrastructure is used by cruise ship. But we cannot finance something which is only for the purpose of cruise ships. It's not in the scope of our regulation.
Thank you, Richard. I have a question as well. I don't know if you have statistics to share. What is, if you compare applications versus grants given, do you have any statistics about it?
Applications versus grant, meaning if we grant what is requested.
What is the number of applications that you get under AFIF, and how many at the end are granted this finance?
Well, it's quite successful at the moment because it started slowly. We had actually 15 applications in the first cutoff in January. We had, selected. We had kind of 20 something which were submitted. So 15 selected, and what was not submitted was due to administrative mistakes or inadmissibility for whatever administrative reasons. I mean, documents not signed, wrong topic whatsoever. I passed the details, but it was not due to the content of the proposals themselves. And then in the second cutoff, we have selected 24 proposals, and we had close to 30, again with some which were not relevant or not admissible. So 15 proposals selected, 24 in the second cutoff. All the grant agreements for the first have been signed now. So they were submitted in January. They have been signed now, but of course we will go faster for the second. We are already signing the grant agreements for some of the projects submitted in last June. So we are accelerating the process. Where we had to, I passed the details. We had to face a new IT system, which was new for us, new for the beneficiaries. So it took a bit more time. But the idea is really to go faster. And as soon as we sign, we deliver 50% of the total grant to the beneficiaries. Just one point is that we are not oversubscribed yet. So that's why I'm saying there are still some opportunities. There are not too many applications at the moment. We are not oversubscribed. So when there is a ranking, if we have good projects, we can take them. So it's still a good opportunity.
That was the message that I wanted you to give to all the participants online and here. It's this framework is quite a success story. It's very focused. You have understood that the European Commission and SINEA are looking to kind of structural changes here, and that's what they are looking for in terms of projects, and of course the focus to zero emissions solutions and as a transition to low emission solutions is really a tool that could be used by all of you also to start with this small incremental change that will take us to the big change that we need. As Richard says, there is space for good projects. So put forward your good projects, and this mechanism that SINEA is in place with internal evaluation in a way guarantees also a fast track for this kind of financing. So thank you very much, Richard, for your contribution. It was very practical and very, very clear. And of course, we can share your presentation with all participants so that they have the information also there, I suppose.
Yes, of course, you can share it. And just to add that we have a big appetite to see waterborne projects, maritime or inland waterway projects coming, because as I mentioned, we had very few for the moment, only some bunkering, LNG bunkering vessels, and there is room really for this sector. And really, if you have projects, feel feel free to come to us and to submit applications, because we are expecting really projects on the maritime and waterborne sector in general.
I'm sure the audience has noted your plea, and we know that we have a lot of industry representatives of different segments involved in the chain. So I do hope that you will see a result out of your participation in this workshop and this very specialized audience focused on maritime. I have Riccardo who would like to intervene.
Thank you very much, and I believe it's just one point from my side. In the context of the EU financial instruments and possible financial support, we focused, of course, on the AFIF program, but there is the Connecting Europe Facility too, the Invest EU program also, the Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is per member state with significant amount for financing. The Horizon Europe program as a whole, earmarked from the budget to maritime transport 605 million. And the Innovation Fund associated to the ETS revenues, of course, not earmarked for maritime projects, but where maritime projects can compete with respect to demonstration of innovation just as much as other sectors. And finally, last but not least, the European Investment Bank, which is considerably looking at opportunities for green financing. In this whole context, the development of taxonomy for green financing is also willing to assist favorable conditions for financing of green projects, and where, of course, all the projects that we've mentioned here would be eligible for green financing. I will be available to give references on any of these programs to any of you if at a later point you want to follow up on this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Riccardo. To give a bit of an overview of also additional financial instruments that could be used here. Thank you very much, Richard, for having been with us today. And if we don't have any more questions, but it doesn't seem the case, we move with the last contribution for this first segment. We have with us Dario Bocchetti from Gribaldi Group, and he will provide the perspective of a ship owner in this ongoing game. So after that, we will, of course, move to comments and questions on the whole section. Dario, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all, and thank you for the very interesting presentation. Actually, I am supposed to speak about alternative fuels and the ship owner perspective, but I found very interesting this morning presentation about founding, because as everybody can imagine, such important changes for the ships are expensive. And therefore, of course, we are very much interested in understanding at which extent they can be financed. So far, I don't want to criticize, just starting on the panel. So I will also be quite generic on this, but I have to admit that the financing eligibility criteria have been quite tight. And tightening recently. We in Grimaldi Group operate 150 ships, mainly ro-ro, ro-packs, and vehicle carrier. So everything that goes on board the ship through a stern ramp or an access for passengers when it is about ferry. We operate in the Baltic, in Mediterranean, in Greece, in Spain, and we are the largest RoPax operator in Europe today. Nevertheless, we were not able to get granted the innovative project that in a way we did about large battery packs for the hybrid ro-ros or this type of thing, because there are some criteria, especially when it is about a zero emission vessel, that are related to other transport sector. So all the money that come under the innovation envelope, or even on the more specific, are referring to a very ambitious target, which is of course the propulsion in full electric, for example. But unfortunately, the larger ROPACs today are not able to do a full electric navigation, neither for 2 hours, if they are a 4,000 lay meter or 2,000 passenger, these things. You can do a ferry full electric, but for a very small navigation route, maybe 3 miles, just connecting an island in front and just with the small double landing ferry. Even if we are installing the largest battery pack available on the market, 5 megawatt hour, soon maybe we will install 10 megawatt hours. But so, and then I start my presentation, but the comment that I didn't want to make before, not to stop other people commenting, is that to try to look also into when it is about innovation fund, what is the state of the art and what is possible to be done today, because with innovation fund we are not financing the R&D of 2040, we are financing ships to be built today, and they have to look into what is feasibly possible to be done, even if the target is the full electric or the zero emission. But if today there is something that is the state of the art, that one should be financed and not something that is quite impossible to be done. So I will not repeat what have been already said many times. We in our group are trying to navigate not only at sea, but also through the legislation. There is a lot in IMO and in Europe. We operate broadly internationally on deep sea and shore sea, so of course we look at both the aspect. We are nowadays very much getting concentrated on this carbon intensity indicator, the new rating for ships that will come in January. Actually, it will be, the rating will be done in 2024, but based on consumption declared on 2023. So this is the new challenge. But of course, we also have the MRV, and we noted that luckily is not very far the outcome from MRV and from IMO DCS, which probably is something that here you were expecting, but it is good to see that is not too far. Of course, if the ship can be compared, so if you have a ship 100% of the time in European waters. So we are navigating through the two big legislative packages. One is on the IMO, and the other one is in Europe. As a ship owner, we never stop to say that we would prefer a uniform legislation more applied through the IMO rather than having too many different legislation. But here we know that Europe have a very ambitious program, and what is positive, I can say that we are, as ship owner, we are aligning to this target. So we are taking on board the zero emission for 2050, even though at IMO level it is not yet, but we are in a way pushing the legislator also at IMO to admit this target and to work towards this target. So we are not lacking of ambitious, but of course, if somebody says that ship owners sometimes are too much wait and see, I have to say that if we are still ship owners, we are not an engine producer, we are not a bunker provider, so we want to be ready but we also need to see the technology developed. So we cannot commit to buy an engine that don't exist, or commit to buy a fuel that we don't know where to bunker for the logistic or how much it costs. So we are, and of course the fact that there is no one solution for all, which is good, because it is like that. There is no probably ammonia for everybody, like there is electricity is not possible for all. So there are a number of technologies depending on the different type of ships, which is good. And in fact, I will tell you now how we are approaching with the different type of vessel to the challenges in front. So after first of all, in the uncertainty of the future fuel, because there is a lot of talking about which can be, but not yet, as said, the real solution ready. We are working on what we like to say the best renewable energy that you can find, which is actually the energy that you do not use, by trying to reduce the fuel consumption on the ships that we have and on the ships that we are building. So trying to put all the efforts in the energy efficiency solution, because we saw in the last 10 years the best achievement in terms of CO2 reduction through the cut of consumption, so by the efficiency. And we think in our fleet and in the world that there is still quite a lot to do on that, because there are 70,000 ships in the world, and we will never replace them simultaneously, so it's a long process. But the emission of greenhouse gas in the world can be still reduced significantly by using better what we have. So we continue working on that. Of course, on a new building you can do much more, but also on existing vessel, starting from very basic and simple action, like keeping the hull clean. We noted very important savings, also because normally the technology and related to the environmental incoming legislation and the fuel consumption goes in opposite direction. I explain better that, for example, in the paint for the hulls, like the silicone or other paint, due to the need to eliminate year after year the poisons into the composition of the chemistry of the paint, and in addition, due to the increase in the temperature of the sea, we noted that paints that were very good in the past today are not good anymore, and the vegetation and grass that grow on a hull is, I heard, up to 5 or 10 times more than what we carry with the ballast water. And we have introduced in the legislation the ballast water treatment system, but there is nothing about the hull vegetation yet. So this was not about the need to do it, but there is a lot that can be saved by operating better what you have. So I will. We are trying to. So from the shipowner perspective, maybe we consume up to 1.6 million tons of fuel in a year. So we have and we operate 99% of our ships. So for us, the fuel bill is the highest cost of the group. So for us, it's easier than for others to look into the energy efficiency and the future fuel, because simply we have to do it. It's our daily activity, and so it's about the sustainability, but also the economic sustainability of our group to look into the type of fuel. And of course, we would like to see to speak only about the green fuel, but probably we need to be pragmatic and consider the blue ammonia as well. And we are interested in the global discussion that is going on, not only the tank to wake approach, but the life cycle approach. So we are trying to stimulate the dialogue towards such a life cycle approach, because it would be a bit sad that we only look at the final part, which is the ship, and we don't care where such ammonia is coming from or how it's produced, where the electricity is coming from, if it is from the fossil fuel of a nuclear plant or something else, or it is renewable. This is also important. When we speak about the short connection, but I will come later to that. So on the biofuel, we did a number of experiments so far, but we have decided at the moment to wait to get it from the ordinary bunker supplier. So we would like to see that our, not a new and dedicated 100% biofuel supplier, but we are trying to push our bunker suppliers to introduce gradually a 3% or 5% or 10% of bio into the heavy fuel, very low sulfur marine gas oil. To become a sort of new standard, something similar, I think, to what happened in the car industry, and maybe this is also some food for thoughts for the future. I mean, in the legislation that we see developing, there is it is easier to go and tackle the end user, which is the ship owner, but such processes should be done through the suppliers of fuel, and not going to challenge it and to look at it on the end user, which is the ship owner. This is becoming a bit complicated. Also, I think for the legislatory to check only the end user. I remember many years ago when you changed. I speak at the European Commission and EMSA, when I've been changed with the sulfur directive and the change from marine diesel to marine gas oil. This was done through the refineries. You cannot ask to the ship owner to check exactly what you have on board and to demonstrate that what you have refueled is complying with the rule. So it would be much easier if this could be done through the suppliers and not on the final user. We are also studying the production of a new type of electrofuels. We would like to see one day probably an electrofuel done on the base of the heavy fuel oil, so this will be easier to be used in our engines. But for time being, we are very much interested in the ammonia. So we heard a lot about the fuel properties, and this is something that we are taking care when we are designing the new ships. Because when a ship is operating, I think that it is so difficult to change from a heavy fuel oil or very low sulfur fuel oil or marine gas oil, because the oil has very good properties. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to beat it. Only if we speak technically. Of course, if we speak about the environmental aspect and the price and the ETS or the other levy, those are necessary, because if you only look at the energy density of this fuel and the characteristic about how you store and the temperature and these things is sorry to say, is very good. So all the new fuel have to consider that they start from being penalized as the starting point, because even only when we speak about what we consume by what we carry, to carry such fuel you have to reduce your cargo capacity. Therefore, your CO2 emission per cargo carried is affected by that. Nevertheless, our new ship, this is our new project of 10 car carriers. They will have not only the batteries for the zero emission import and the cold ironing where there is the facility ready, and they will have a number of all existing energy efficiency technology available on the market, but especially being on the topic of this morning, they will be ammonia ready. So this is a class notation, in this case by RINA, which is our class society for these ships. And but of course there is the same notation from all classes. And we are happy to see that finally the class, in our case RINA, is ready to that now. We have signed in February 2020 another contract, and it was not ready, the notation, so we couldn't do it. Maybe it's worth to mention that in Far East, especially in China and Korea, a ship owner can ask whatever solution or idea or fantasy that you can have, but if for the shipyards are very traditional, every small change for them is a cost, is a risk, is a problem. So the first question they do is, which is the rule? And if there is no rule, they don't do it. So if there is no rule to align the shipowner request into it, if they cannot read it somewhere and understand it, there is no way that they do it. So my recommendation is to hurry up on this aspect for the rules, because we need these things, otherwise the shipyards. And don't forget that we sign a contract today, we get the ship in 2025, 2026, so in 2035 she will be very young, but we want in 2035 to be very much on the track of our decarbonization. So we have to prepare today, or we need, is already ongoing. So the ships that we will use in 2040 are under construction today or on the paper today. So we need, and the ships are built in the shipyards. So maybe there is often a lack of shipyards representation in such a forums, in the sense that if from Europe we prepare the technology, but then they built 80% of the ship in Far East, then probably we need them, at least them to understand better what they do, or through these founding opportunities, maybe this would be a fantastic opportunity to build again some more ships in Europe as well, at least the smaller ones. And as I am in this fantastic venue, another aspect of ammonia that I need to stress is that by the ship owner perspective, apart of the aspects of cost, logistic, green, blue, and all the rest, but technically speaking, we have only one problem, and this is safety. So what a better venue than this one to say that the aspect of the safety of ammonia is something that as soon as it can be clarified, we can speak. All the aspects are important, and for us that have to buy a fuel in the end, the cost of it is critical. But technically speaking, we still have doubt about the safety of this fuel. We like it because we can carry at a better temperature, the volume occupied is better. These ships are ammonia ready with the predisposition of the tanks. We don't have the tanks yet installed, but we have done all the double bottom and the fuel tanks in a way that can be converted tomorrow. But before all, we need to understand this aspect of the safety. And what do you think about that? And what do we have to do? what we have to learn, and what we have to start studying. What we did by ourselves is some calculation about the problem, the steam methane reforming, thinking that it will be a blue ammonia in the beginning. And what we saw is that there is the need of a lot of energy, and that at the end of the day, the cost of this fuel will be really important, because what we would not like is the need to make a refueling every day. So we need to have a capacity to do at least half of a voyage, maybe 15 days, and this is going to. Then we cannot bunker in only one port, but probably we need at least 2-3 ports on the voyage for the fuel. So on this ammonia, we think that is promising, and for our deep sea car carrier vessel, we are working like that, but we are still waiting for answers. Then when it goes to cold ironing, this is something more easy, let's say. For European short sea shipping, we operate. As I said, we have about 70 ships in the short sea network between Ro-Ro and Ro-Pax, so passenger vessel, like ferries. And we are in a number of pilot projects. I mentioned here the first that we start with the Port of Barcelona with the Transmed. We have already started, and the next year will be installed. And we are looking at many projects of cold ironing in Italy, and in the rest of Spain at the moment. But we will look into it also in Greece, and is already one project starting between Helsinki and Travemünde in Germany. Unfortunately, ships cannot be financed for the shore connection installation, but maybe with some discussion with the port, we can discuss about they do the installation, we do the retrofit, and we at least discuss on the tariff before 2030, because 2030 will be, as everybody knows, mandatory for us, for our ROPAX, but we are still in 2022. So we want to do it, but we would like to get some incentive compared with the alternative fuel. So today the ships at berth are obliged to use marine gas oil, 0.1%, maybe $1,000 per euro per ton. So we want to buy electricity, but should be competitive in the beginning at least. I don't think that any of us change the provider of the electricity that cost 3 times the one that you have, that already cost 3 times the one that you had last year, just because they show that they are greener. So we have to be sustainable, but on the 3 pillars of it. So it's very important, the competitiveness of the solutions. And we would like, once we will have to pay much more for it, we would like that it is green. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dario, for this very, I would say, straight presentation. Also presenting some more general considerations. And of course, as we said, there are a lot of things ongoing, but at the end there is also a need for certainty. The whole chain needs to be involved. The role of the shipyards are going to be crucial. Is this also an opportunity for the European shipyards in terms of positioning themselves? There is the issue of costs. There is the issue of loss of cargo. There are a lot of things that were touched upon in this specific module focused more on the economic dimension of the uptake of alternative fuels. In our studies, you will find quite a lot of information. What is important is that you take into consideration the methodology that has been applied, of course, because the results are determined by the methodology that was clearly explained by the consortium. I would like now a bit to see, test a bit with the floor. What is your uptake of all this information? Because that is really an important dimension of all of this. We got quite some comments both in the chat, and also Dario referred to it, the importance of incentives in this moment, because at least at the beginning, until the market will become, let's say, structurally ready to supply what is going to be needed, there will be a starting point with some substantial, let's say, costs to be taken into consideration. There is also the question of retrofits versus new buildings. That is also another aspect to take into consideration. Dario raised the interest in ammonia, but again, the safety dimension, both ashore and on board, it's something to keep in the picture. And also yesterday, Mercedes put forward the perspective of a port in this context. So again, there is a lot of food for thought, for further reflection, also in this perspective. I can also add that in the study it was made clear that the framework is going to play a very important role, and I think here also Riccardo can complement how we can, on one hand, make sure that the price of these new fuels is going to be competitive. So there are the different leverages that can be used to make the traditional fuels more expensive in proportion, and then to incentive the production. And it's a bit the logic also of Fuel EU Maritime. So let's see from the floor. I have at the end, it's a Europe, no. Please introduce yourself. I can't see your lab.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning to everyone. Ralf Søren Marquardt from Sea Europe. Yesterday, we were kindly reminded to become more active in the discussion once we have digested the huge amount of information provided. Although there was a lot to digest food-wise during dinner yesterday evening, Sea Europe is now in the position to comment from shipbuilders' perspective. Looking at the clock, Sea Europe's first comment will be brief. We have to both tackle retrofitting and new building, but maybe with different approaches. In order to achieve our sustainability goals in time, we need to facilitate in particular retrofitting. For this purpose, we obviously need to focus on drop-in fuels, such as biofuels or e-fuels. In new building, we will soon utilize a wider fuel portfolio for specific applications, but for rapid retrofitting, liquid fuels are indispensable in order to ensure quick and cost-effective conversion. And also for many new building applications, the superior volumetric energy density of liquid fuels is important. In particular, if this is considered in relation with the necessary, and in case of ammonia, most probably very comprehensive safety measures, which I might continue commenting on in the next Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sea Europe. As we said from the beginning, the whole chain needs to be on board, and shipbuilders are going to play a very important role in all of this. Anybody else would like to comment? on this very important module. I will give the floor to Ricardo because Ricardo, I think he needs also a bit to add on the vision of the Commission in all of this, because we are all aware that there is an economic dimension in this push for alternative sources of power, but of course the Commission is putting in place some reference points that hopefully at the end will allow to have a puzzle that makes sense from all perspectives. Are there any questions? Okay. See, Europe, there is this point that is both a bit. I started also saying, do you think that this can be an opportunity for EU shipyards?
Yes, of course, this is an opportunity, and in particular, the retrofitting aspect offers the opportunity for European shipyards to become active in a wider ship type portfolio. As you know, in new building, the European shipbuilders are concentrating on mostly passenger ships and yachts, and those ship types require maybe very specific choice of fuels and propulsion systems. But in retrofitting, against the background of the need to make progress in large portions of the existing fleet, there is a good chance that European repair and conversion yards could contribute also in other ship types significantly. But of course, as you know, and we heard about opportunities, this is not just a topic of expertise and technology, but there is the need for investment aid to speed up this process, and if this is provided along with the necessary regulatory framework, I'm optimistic that this will bring a significant push to shipbuilding activities in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ricardo, I turn to you.
Thank you. I do have some questions and some comments. Maybe I start with the comments, and then I have questions to René and to Dario. With respect to the comments, just to refer that the economic valuation of introducing energy transition in shipping, in particular in the EU, has several dimensions that I would like to touch upon, 5-6 points. In addition to what was presented, and I believe brilliantly also in the presentation from the consortium that work in the study on biofuels and ammonia. It was touched the ETS price as an important element for the economic valuation. The ETS price is not expected, as it was introduced as well, and as it is known, to be enough to cover the price gap and the premium of alternative renewable and low carbon fuels. However, it is an important element to consider, and I believe finally monetizing these externalities related to CO2 emissions are being brought in the context of economic valuation to support operators making the choices for decarbonization. With respect to the production and the costs associated to the production of the different renewable and low carbon fuels, the Renewable Energy Directive delegated acts for additionality and for greenhouse gas benefits or for synthetic fuels will play an important role. We talked about biofuels, we talked about ammonia, but in the horizon, Renewable Energy Directive in Europe is being revised to include sustainability criteria and elements related to the greenhouse gas benefits that can be associated to RFNBO's green synthetic fuels. The two delegated acts that are under development are specifying what will be the acceptable installed renewable electricity that needs to be in place to produce these fuels. And the additionality refers to additional renewable power installed, not the existing one, to avoid competition for electricity prices in households. And with respect to the greenhouse gas benefits from carbon capture, which carbon can be used in the production of these fuels, biogenic, fossil, recycled, direct air capture. So from 2035, there will be a phase out in principle of captured carbon from existing industrial production, which will introduce some bottlenecks in the production for this fuel. So these will be related to the cost of production. There are, however, many other aspects that will influence the cost of production of these fuels, and at the European Commission we have established the Renewable and Low Carbon Fuel Alliance, which currently has around 200 participants, remarkably with a good share from fuel producers. And the objective of the alliance is to develop the necessary actions and measures to boost availability of drop-in solutions, either bio-based or synthetic-based. And for this, and you may wonder why the focus on drop-in. Of course, we want to ensure that the existing fleet will get a good variety of options to comply with the regulatory framework, because the existing fleet will not renew overnight, and therefore we need to ensure that the fuels will be there at adequate availability levels. And availability is, of course, also related with the price and with the cost of the fuels. Fuel certification will ensure the level playing field. So this will operate at international level, and only by having fuel certification which is transparent and that can reassure operators that they are operating in a level playing field, it will be possible also to make the necessary investments. I underline the total cost of ownership presented in the ABS presentation. Total cost of ownership includes, of course, capital investment and then operating costs. These are two avenues for possible cost reduction. Cost reduction with respect to capital investment, of course, may be substantially related to the support to deployment of innovation. Investment in deployment of innovation. There are specific measures being developed to support this implementation and this deployment. And then on the operating costs, we are, of course, working with a view to ensure that there are tools available to support these operating costs. How? Premium costs associated to renewable and low carbon fuels may be covered by potential carbon contracts for difference under the Innovation Fund on ETS. This is being arranged for aviation. There is a possibility to cover with ETS funds the premium of the most expensive fuels. For aviation, it is already clear. For maritime, it is not yet clear. And at the stage that we are in, it is one of the elements that is being taken into account in negotiation. Final point, and I promise, taxonomy and taxonomy for green financing. The methodology that is now in the Fuel EU of life cycle well-to-wake approach is being brought into the taxonomy with a view to consider green financing or green bankable projects, those that will reassure financing institutions that they will use throughout the operating life of the ship, of course, with the need to make an ex-post demonstration of this use, but that they will be reassuring financial institutions that only by using low carbon intensity energy sources that they can get facilitated access to financing. So this is an important element of the of the framework that needs to be also taken into account. Bringing the cost down has no silver bullet. Bringing the cost down means allowing at the same time the market to develop, but also giving the right conditions for it to develop in a level playing field. And I would like to finalize with one question. I believe this question goes both to René and to Dario. And it's the same question to both. How do you think that a mandate for specific blending or for specific, as you included in the last slide, a mandate for a specific blending rate will facilitate bringing the cost gap down? Thank you.
If you set some requirements to how much biofuel there should be in the fuel, like you have done also in some areas for gasoline, then you can specify a reduction there in carbon intensity for the fuel. So if you have let's say a 30% requirement, and that has to come from renewable fuel, then you will also secure that you get this being used in engines, and then no other fossil alternative will be allowed if you have such requirements.
So if I understand correctly, is ensuring that no one else gets a competitive advantage by not having the mandate. Okay, yeah, understood. Yeah. And then to Dario, the question is more on the mandate for synthetic fuels, which is developing now for operators, which is one of the proposals from the Parliament for the Fuel EU. How would you, as an operator, see the obligation to blend in 2% of green synthetic fuel in your operations?
Thank you. And as I said also in the presentation, I think it's very complicated if this obligation goes on the ship owner to make the blend on board. We would prefer that such an obligation would be to the refineries, and when we buy the fuel, they will bring it to us 98 plus 2 or whatever it is. Because in general, apart that it could become also very complicated for the controls, how we do it on board, and there is the famous risk of competitiveness if somebody cheat, if you do, if you don't do. So would be when it is about the fuel, which should have some characteristic, whatever it is, it would be better that such characteristics are checked and controlled on the origin rather than on the end.
The point is that it's at the EU level we cannot impose a mandate for blending fuel that you can bunker internationally. So if you're operating at international level, I mean, it's in the EU, the Renewable Energy Directive introduces this mandate for percentage of renewable energy in the let's say the transport mix of 13% of renewable energy. However, this is an EU-centric legal framework, so cannot be applicable internationally.
Understand. So I don't have a clear answer, but I think that keeping in mind the different perspective, EU perspective that is not possible to mandate on international, and operator perspective that like that would be very complicated. Maybe looking at other transport segment, what they do. I don't have an answer, but I mean, my reply is that we should try to find a solution that is achievable.
Yeah, it's complicated, but we will have to find solutions in plural, of course. Anybody else who has questions for our volley on economic dimension? Anybody would like to share experiences? I mean, Mercedes, do you have EU funding? Are you involved with EU funding for your innovation projects?
Yes, we have a lot of experience in funding projects. We have strongly collaborate with a lot of owners, among them the Grimaldis Group. In the implementation up to this moment, the LNG as marine fuel. The experience that we have in cooperation with the Grimaldi Group is the implementation of the hydrogen in the equipment for handling in terminals, not in vessels. But what we are doing, we have started at an early stage testing the technology and finally collaborating in implementing projects. Well, the funding available covers a small part of the European fleet. Apparently, it's a lot of money, but there are a lot of fleets. And, well, it's a competition. It's a competition for the projects. And according to our experience in this moment, the number of uncertainties, including the economic ones, which is very important in this moment, because the Commission is covering up to 20%, and the owner should cover the other 80%. And in the actual context, we have talking a lot about the lack of legislation and a lot of issues, but not about the actual economical situation. Then it's something that also we need to put in the equations.
Of course, the current energy, let's say, context, of course, adds additional pressure to all of this. But of course, that's why I said at the opening, that's what it's important is to have a strategy.
Yes. Well, at the end is through that the funding that the commissions has dedicated to foster this kind of project had a positive effect on the owners because, well, in other way, make that is a combination of the funding posted by the commissions, several bonifications posted by the ports in the taxis and so on, and all this whole framework of supporting actions make less the investment requested by the owners. I mean that it's necessary to study case by case.
Thank you for sharing. Dario, if you would have a crystal ball, no? What would you consider that would be, from your perspective as, let's say, ship owner Grimaldi Group, the enablers that you would need in support of your already ongoing efforts to green your fleet? What are the enablers that you see as crucial that need to be in place?
So, our ships are liner service. So first we need some certainty about the logistic chain and the supply. So we cannot decide to go for a fuel if we don't know if we can refuel the ship. Another one is the technical assessment and safety aspect. Because as said, we need the rules and the class society behind for anything that we need to ask to a shipyard, whatever it is in retrofit or in a new builds. So I didn't say price, so I can be happy about that.
That's very clear about the enablers. Mercedes.
But the position of Grimaldi is really the position of most of the owners. Is in this moment there are a plethora of uncertainties. It's very difficult in this situation take the right decision.
Yeah, we are all taking a good note, all the ones that represent the regulators, because it's there is a role there as well, and of course, Dario referred also to the classification societies that play a role in all of this. We already touched upon the role of the shipbuilders, but the chain, the supply chain also is needs to be there because it's otherwise we are in a chicken and egg situation. Riccardo.
I think I was listening to the word uncertainty too often, and I think I need to give a bit of note of optimism. I believe this can be solved by regulatory certainty for sure. I mean, this question of looking at the future and how to make investment decision and how can the economic context be mitigated or supported. And I believe that in the EU, the focus in the Fit for 55 package is really to provide all the angles from the availability, from the supply, infrastructure, and to the operators, that the regulatory certainty is developing in order for investments to be made in the safest, less risky way possible. Mindful that the objective for decarbonization has been inscribed in law. And I believe that where I would totally sit next to you and agree would be in the regional versus international framework development. Because we're talking about EU legislative development, we're talking about EU regulatory development, but maritime transport is an international business. And therefore, I believe that where we really need to talk about uncertainty and focus that we all work together to resolve this uncertainty is that we are able to ensure that all these European acronyms of legislation, the AFIR, the Fuel EU, the ETS, all of this in the shortest period possible is transcribed at international level with the reassurance that that the framework for decarbonization operates at global level. And the European Union, we are investing and we are working and cooperating with international partners at IMO to ensure that this is a reality. Because this, I believe, would be a key uncertainty for operators today to see that there is a boundary or a discontinuity between what is the European context and the international one. So I believe there is certainly one that I would highlight because I think regulatory certainty today is developing in a way that will support investment. And this is what we are also listening from operators and from different stakeholders. Thank you.
And with this positive remark, forward-looking, that I think it's a good way of concluding this section. Thank you for all contributors. And of course, all presentations will be shared, so you will have also time to absorb the information provided and continue to reflect upon. We break for coffee, and now we have a question. Yeah? Yes, please. Faig Abasov from Transport and Energy. Faig, you are with us?
Yes, hello to everyone, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would like to just quickly comment on one thing and kind of raise the question back to the Commission. I mean, in relation to the answer by Grimaldi that, you know, if his company were required to use RFMBOs, he said they could not blend new fuels with conventional ones. I wanted to quickly point out that there's a pooling mechanism, which means that you don't need to blend new fuels to every single existing vessel that you have in your fleet. You can just deploy zero emission vessels and run them fully on those new fuels and average it out at the fleet level. So the pooling mechanism is exactly designed to fix the problem of compatibility of new fuels with existing vessels. And you don't need to look too far. The Commission's impact assessment that accompanied the FuelEU Maritime proposal came to exactly that conclusion, page 87. I even know the exact page, that if you want to create the most cost-effective pathway, you need to have a pooling mechanism, and Commission included that in the system. And the kind of also kind of response to the point I think Ricardo made yesterday, that if you mandate RFMBOs, everybody will use e-diesel. That's not what the Commission's impact assessment concludes. Secondly, I fully also agree with Grimaldo say that the certainty of fuels. My question is, are we not perpetuating that lack of clarity on which fuels shipping companies should be using by imposing them a goal-based technology and initial approach? A good analysis by Marine, they did it for ESSF SAPS working group. I can share the link in the chat group in case everybody is interested. Just looking at the pathway of different fuel options and technology options that you have, everybody gets scared when you're looking at it, like 20 different approaches. Are we not perpetuating that uncertainty by sticking to goal-based approach as opposed to selecting the sustainable and scalable options that we know that which ones will be? Thank you.
Thank you, Faig. So who would like to take this question? Ricardo, of course.
Of course, thank you. And of course, the very first point is to say hi, Fag, and to also acknowledge our good cooperation. And it's always a pleasure to have challenging questions from TNE. Indeed, and I thank Fag for bringing the point on pooling. Yeah, indeed, in the way that the proposal for RFNBO sub-targets is made, there is a fixed target proposed for RFNBOs, and the pooling is a possibility. It is, however, in the Commission's analysis and understanding, maybe a bit too optimistic to think that pooling will be a measure available to all operators, to all shipping companies, to all SMEs operating few number of ships, to all operators operating in all sectors of shipping. And I believe it's a note of, or at least I believe it's rather optimistic to think that pooling will be available to all these operators in the maritime transport. Blending e-diesel seems to be a physical, obvious conclusion when an operator has a diesel-based ship and all of a sudden a requirement for blending in the energy mix synthetic fuel comes in. From a physical perspective, I don't see what can be done in a ship-specific installation to include 2% of renewable energy in the fuel used. However, I have to say that from what Fag just underlined, I believe that there is strong added value in considering promotion of green synthetic fuels, and certainly the option introduced already in both in the Council and Parliament proposal for multipliers for RFNBOs, meaning rewarding operators for using such fuels. I believe it's a very, very good approach, and I congratulate, of course, also TNE for having insisted in this proposal, and I believe it has significant responsibility in bringing this proposal forward. We still stick in the Commission with the analysis that the sub-target is a very significant challenge for implementation in view of the fleet that will be in place in 2030, 2035. And therefore we highlight and we try to convey the message that this challenge needs to be considered already by the co-legislators. Nonetheless, it's true, promoting these type of fuels is I believe, a very good note to the market, and the multipliers that are included should be also from the Commission side considered very positively. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a co-decision ongoing, and of course, it's there are a lot of elements that are currently under consideration to make sure that the underlying objective is met at its best. Then, if we don't have any more requests for the floor, we now break for coffee, and we come back with the safety dimension, which is going to be very, very important, as we already have seen across this workshop. We reconvene at 11:40 Lisbon time. Thank you.
collected, and the vapor was either burned or filtered away. And then gas shut down. Then the nitrogen was available for purging the line, for removing the ammonia when operation of ammonia was stopped. First, take a look at the VLCCs using ammonia, and here you can see that the tanks was located on deck. There was 2 of them, and the fuel handling room was located in between the tank. So you had pipe routing there going on deck down to the engine room that was operating on ammonia. This was a 2-stroke engine, MAN type of engine. Fuel supply system was located there in the fuel handling room. Bunker stations, 2 of them, so it could be bunkered from each side. If you look at the overall hazard there, was concluded that the areas of concern is the fuel storage areas and also the fuel handling room for this design here. There was 5 extreme cases for fuel storage and 5 also for fuel handling room. So there's needed additional and extra work there in order to sort out these recommendation. One of the big concern, if I should mention a few, this is when you're operating a VLCC, then there is a chance for having a fire, an explosion in the cargo tank. It does not happen often. It's something which happens one time in 10 years, but for such a scenario, it needs to be investigated and needs to find a solution how to secure the tanks, which is located right above the cargo tank there. Fire on deck is also a concern that needed more attention in order to find good solutions for that. Pipe routing is also a concern. It was recommended that because there's a lot of other pipes on VLCCs running on deck, so it's recommended to have all pipes double-walled and protected in case you have rupture from fuel pipes and cargo pipes running next to the ammonia pipes. Then we go into the bulk carrier design here, and here we were looking at 2 different designs, and the tanks was located on each side of the accommodation, and the fuel handling room was located right behind, in between the tanks there. There's quite large tanks, 6,000 cubic meter and 2 of them, so relatively large quantity of ammonia. Bunker station was located midship, so you have the bunker line running on the deck towards the tank. It was type A tanks, and you had also a relic system to handle the boil of gas with these tank system. If you're looking at the major concerns, again, it was the fuel storage there, and it was bunkering arrangement that was the biggest concern. I would say the initial design for this tank was done without any cofferdam around it. The Type A tank, this is required, so that's has to be updated, and therefore it is evaluated a little high, those risks. Also recommended to safeguard the tanks by applying A16 walls around the tank, securing that the fire do not spread to the tank system. Routing of bunker line was of course also a concern on the bunker. They can be damaged. There's a lot of lifting activities going on a bunker ship, so they can easily be damaged. So this is also a concern. Recommendation there is also to secure that there's sufficient coverage, either double wall or other protections to safeguard the piping. The alternative design, which came out a little better, was to incorporate the Type A tank in the middle of the ship, as illustrated on the drawing there. So you had a big tank there. The disadvantage by doing that is that you have to either extend the length of the ship. It might not be a possibility. The other setback is, of course, that you have to compromise on how much cargo you can carry with this installation. For this tank design, it was again a cofferdam, inerted cofferdam, monitoring of leaks. Fuel piping is now running on deck because you have the fuel supply system located right above the tank. So they definitely have to be protected as well, as we saw for the bunker line also. So that was one major concern there. The last ship, the ammonia-fueled RoPax ship, this was equipped with Wärtsilä four-stroke engines using Otto-cycle principle for burning ammonia, and the ratio of fuel oil was relatively high at this time. I think it was in the range of 30 to 40% fuel that was being used coming from marine gas oil. Later, we have heard that they have managed to reduce that quite significantly. There was for this RoPax ship, there was two tank locations investigated. There was, if you look at the top section there, you can see that the tank is located in the hull side, and the alternative is in the aft. You see on the picture below, aft side on the deck there. In this setup, there was also energy storage, so it was also equipped with batteries, which also complicated these ships. Furthermore, you have also traffic there in harbor. You have trucks, cars going in and out of the ship, and you have also passenger on board. Here you can see a more detailed design of this ship there, where you can see that you have the bunker or the tank with the tank connection space connected. This is a fully welded construction, which is gas tight. That was one of the sizes there. On the left, you can see the deck where the tank is being located aft. If you look at the recommendation there from this, then I would say the tank located in the hull was the biggest concern. There was a risk for having a full explosion internally there. So this is something where there's needed an explosion and fire study to be done in order to secure that the surroundings is able to deal with the pressure and temperatures. With the location of the deck tank or the tank on deck, it was easier and more safe location. The setback with this is that you have, of course, more pipe routing. Setback is also that if you have a small leak of ammonia, then the passenger on board will be able to smell the ammonia, and it's not ppm to find detectors at this time, which is can measure a level below 10 ppm. So it was recommended to investigate if there was sensors available in the market able to detect even lower ppm level for ammonia. The risk there is economic, and it's a matter about reputation for the company. If they can smell ammonia on a passenger ship, then it might spread and damage the reputation of the company. So on the risk side, it has to be. It was evaluated quite high. So in conclusion, you can see that the most troublesome of these ships was the RoPax ship. Was due to the passenger. I forgot to mention that during bunkering of ammonia on a RoPax ship, there was quite many recommendations in connection with this, simply because that you have a passenger on board the ship, and the risk for those was high. So it was recommended also to develop an evacuation plan, emergency plan, considering the worst case scenario for this ship, making sure that people they can get away from the RoPax ship. But the conclusion is that with a more ammonia fuel ship in general, there will be also a higher risk for accident. So it's worth to consider that even the most unlikely risk is a safeguard also towards this. In many of the studies, it was recommended to do dispersion analysis, both from vent mast and from leaks. I think the development is going towards having and developing solution where a vent mast system is being eliminated and replaced with a filter system, an ammonia catch system that can deal with the full quantities of ammonia vapor coming from a tank system. These ships, yeah, they are operating in water, and water is as a means to remove also ammonia vapor. So that may be a way to reduce also the risk for having a spread of ammonia vapor. Additional risk are expected during bunkering of ammonia, and that's particular concern for in ports on open sea, far away from the seaside and also from the port. It is a little less of a concern. It's mainly of big concern for RoPax ship. General arrangement of the accommodation, and this is to protect the passenger and the crew on board the ship, securing that ammonia is not being have access or going into the accommodation. So there needs to be focused more on securing accommodation. Openings on accommodation is in many cases recommended to be away from tank and from fuel supply systems. And then of course training is needed. Needs to be developed training for crews on board, and that's is mandatory. It is a new fuel. There's a lot of new things to consider. It is a heavily toxic fuel, and there's no practice among normal engineers on how to deal with this. There is a lot of experience from operating LPG carrier that can be used and developed to fit into other ship categories. So in conclusion and suggestions, I would say that during all these 3 hazards, we didn't find any problems that would say that this was a completely showstopper for the use of ammonia. So that's a very important conclusion. Pipes in general needs to be protected. Most of the ship, which is preparing for operating of ammonia, they have also lifting activities around where piping is being routed. So good advice is to make sure that pipe is being protected. And then also equipment on board to help people in case they are being exposed to ammonia vapor. Dispersion analysis needs to be developed for many ship types, and this to secure that people is not being exposed to vapor for a longer time, which have a consequence for their health. Ventilation studies is needed for fuel handling room to secure that you get rid of your ammonia, that it do not disperse in the area surrounding fuel handling room. And then, of course, you need to investigate major releases of ammonia, both for the air at sea, also to investigate further what is the consequence for the marine life. We have some recommendation in the report that can be studied further there, but there needs to be done more on that side. And then in general, regulation will need to be developed to cover the safety for the personnel operating these ship. Emergency response plans, I mentioned that. There's one example with the bulk carrier. The lifeboats is located aft of the fuel tank, so the personnel here had to pass the fuel tank in order to get access to lifeboat. There needs to make evacuation plans for ships using ammonia, securing that the crew on board can get away in a safe manner. There is a lot more information available in our report, and for those who is interested, then all information, detailed information about the work being done can be found in the appendix. And then thank you.
Thank you to Daniel and René for this, I would say, summary, because the work behind it's quite extensive, and also the scenarios that have been analyzed go very much into detail. So especially for the technical experts, read the report, because you find a lot of information there, really a lot of information. We know that from a safety perspective, the risk profile is different. Also, yesterday's presentation from Mercedes, from the point of view of the port infrastructure, I would say would have fitted perfectly as a complementary to what we have had just now, because it's clear that safety needs to be in the picture. So there is no sustainability without safety. That's clear, and that has been from day one, I would say, our mantra as EMSA, but it's been also the mantra of the European Commission, and I would say the mantra of the industry, because there is shared responsibility at all levels. But I think this presentation will stimulate questions, considering all the chats that also we had in the margins, in the corridors, and so on. So I open the floor for comments and for questions. So anybody in the room, because I have in the chat, but first, I mean, I give normally I check with the room if there is anybody who would like to intervene at this early stage. Mercedes.
Yes, a comment. As far as I understood, you have installed an after treatment system in the venting and in the engines room. Then, as far as I know, this is not mandatory. It's not covered by the rules. Then, in this case, the risk will be higher.
Can you repeat the first part?
You have considered that you have installed an after treatment system for avoiding ammonia slip. As far as I know, this is not mandatory.
There's because it's not mandatory for ammonia because the tax is not there. But there is a concern that there could be slippage of ammonia going to the exhaust gases to some extent, and then if it goes out, then it needs to be cleaned to a certain extent to avoid that we have. The level is a bit uncertain. If you look into class rules, also there's differences into how much you would have as a limit, but. In case you have 100 ppm or 200 ppm out, you need to get it down to 10 or 20 ppm. So the need of a after treatment system for ammonia may come or may not come. But this is a little bit uncertain at the moment. But I think you need to reduce the level of that emission.
Okay.
Can I comment also on this? I think we have in the ABS rules, we have now 20 ppm as the limit for, and I think we have not seen any engines in operation, so we don't have any feelings for how much this is going to be. My feeling is, however, during the discussion in HACCP that 20 ppm may be a little difficult for engine makers to achieve that. So we might have to adjust on this in the future.
Thank you. I think you as I said, and this counts for the study, there are always assumptions, okay? So look at the assumptions because, of course, the scenario and the risks may change with the different assumptions. But we need to start from somewhere, this kind of analysis, and that's why certain scenarios were drafted, of course, because then it should stimulate the discussions also on how to control these risks, and this is exactly Mercedes.
It's not a criticism at any time. It's just to consider that, well, once again, we need a regulation about this.
And I would say also that the risk profile may change radically if some assumptions are not met in reality, for sure. So we have questions from the chat that was quite lively, especially on ammonia, as it was expected. No, I have also here an intervention. Please. See Europe. Okay, sorry, I can't see you.
Thank you, Chair. The room is too large. So this gives a remote feeling also for the in-person participants. So maybe we should follow in parallel the video conference. Sea Europe would like to express appreciation for the instructive presentations and valuable assessments provided in the studies on the safety of alternative fuels. Sea Europe concurs with most of the observations regarding safety challenges and regulatory gaps, in particular the unresolved issues related to ammonia. I'm convinced that technology and rule developers will find solutions for all technological challenges. Yes, the smart engineers at MAN will manage to ignite ammonia, although it is very reluctant to do so. Also, emissions other than CO2 from the combustion process can be successfully removed. Regarding safety of the containment system and the ship integration, we have to avoid the common misunderstanding that ammonia can be treated like LNG based on the existing IGF code with only minor modification. Toxicity makes venting, for example, very problematic also in emergency situations. Also for this issue, solutions are possible. However, one problem will remain despite all R&D efforts. This is the low volumetric energy density, which will be further amplified as a consequence of the most probably intense safety provisions necessary. This will consume significant amounts of payload, reducing economic feasibility, as already mentioned in the last session. In summary of all technical and economic aspects, ammonia could be a promising option for some ship types and trades. Competitive ship integration will be possible for deadweight carriers, for example, crude carriers, as presented in the CE Delft study, It is, however, unlikely that we will see a lot of application in the field of volume carriers, such as container ships and passenger ships. This observation does not mean that we should deviate from our course of technical neutrality and fuel flexibility. This is for the time being absolutely necessary, but we should carefully consider following every tricky pathway in all aspects. In rural development, this could mean that we continue developing ammonia guidance, but it might be unnecessary embarking on the slippery pathway to introduce ammonia into cruise ships and RoPax. We have promising less tricky options such as combining e-methanol or e-diesel with fuel cells. Due to the complex hazard profile of ammonia, we should take a cautious approach, firstly taking the necessary steps to utilize the boil-off in ammonia tankers as a fuel in order to gather experience in using it for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for sharing already, let's say, hinting on, I would say, a selective approach also in the future, that it's a bit the idea of the basket of fuels that could then serve different kinds of ships, and I would add different kinds of ports, because also that, as Malta said yesterday, will need to be considered in terms of infrastructure. So there is two layers of challenges, I would say here. Identify the best source of power for a type of ship, and then, of course, how a port could best serve the traffic that is going then to be in that port. But there is work ongoing, and this means that at least we will reach more clarity. Our studies, of course, as I said, don't have the answers, but at least there are a lot of questions identified that we know we'll have to find the answers in the appropriate fora. Anybody else in the room that would like to comment at this stage? Otherwise, I pass to the chat. You can still intervene after. So let's move to the chat, because there was quite a lot of, let's say, I would say, parallel discussions on ammonia, and there were some specific questions.
Yes, first there is one question which is related to one risk in particular, which is the risk of explosion. So if we can have a little bit of some views on is there really a risk of explosion of ammonia? Because after that, yes, some substance has been referred, but they are not really the ammonia as it is shipped.
I could answer that question, but I would like to invite my colleague in Zoom to answer. Harish, do you want to take? To give it
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I was the one who conducted a lot of these studies. So there is a limited possibility of ammonia explosion. So ammonia explosion has been looked at in a very detail. And there is a few recommendations and idea was presented also to how to avoid it. So one thing about ammonia is very difficult to ignite and all that. There is all kind of information available. But there is a narrow range, and certainly you can have explosion occur. And there are quite a few examples in an industry, particularly refrigeration industry. If you just look at OSA website in the USA, you will find a few examples of explosions due to the ammonia, and there was a few in industry also. So it's not that it can never happen. So we always looked at, from a risk perspective, this may be one of those extremely low probability events, but it can happen, and consequence can be very worse. So yes, you have to, so all this study, there is one common recommendation: you have to do the gas dispersion analysis, and explosion analysis, okay? And idea is how to protect. So one key principle of safety in the ammonia is that you design a lot of this system in FPR rooms and everything. You can keep it as far as open, but that's maybe not possible. So when you have everything enclosed, the couple of safety principles were applied. One is a leak before fail type criteria for the to minimize any possibility of large leakage, etc. It goes to the very details, so we don't want to talk about that today. But what it is that it limits the MR. Another thing is also there is a recommendation about increasing the ventilation rate and everything, because we want to manage the atmosphere below the LEL. That is another thing, and of course, ventilation and everything has to be on a emergency also and backup, so you don't never lose it. Plus, isolations and blowdown philosophy from the safety perspective. So we apply offshore type principles where we handle a lot of dangerous gases also. What it means that your design should be such that ESD will comes in, isolate, minimize the inventory to fit to the fire. So increasing the safety is one of the things you pay attention and try to avoid those 14 to 26% mixture exist at any point, okay? But yes, possibility of explosion is there and it has been considered, but there is a ways to handle that. Plus, we recommended also to have explosion hatches and all that other happy stuff you may require to minimize the damage when you are squeezing FRP in between two tanks or something, because idea is never ever want to damage the tank if it's on the deck, because that will be your worst nightmare scenario, and there is a ways to do it. So there is a lot of good information in the report. If you want to go through in the detail, you will find out. But the basic question for answering that explosion can happen, yes, there is an industry. There was a few incidences in industry, particularly in the food industry in US. You can find it, and I think there is some other part of the world also when we were searching for all those. So there is a possibility, okay? We didn't done a quantitative analysis or any, so we cannot put the number, but there is a data available, okay?
Thank you very much for this clarification. It was taking quite space in the chat, this explosion dimension. We have another quite technical question, but let's say it's also hints to the behavior of ammonia. Maybe, Frederica, can you read it?
Sure.
So the question is, ammonia vapors are lighter than air, so they diffused upwards under no wind conditions. Ammonia is also highly soluble to water. Upon mixing with water, the ammonia vapors will descend downwards. So where would we put the ammonia detector sensors?
So I can answer that question also. So we looked at that. The question raised, the assumptions are correct. When you in a marine atmosphere, one assumptions we made during this study that you may have 95 to 100% humidity in the air. So when you have a high humidity, typically, and depending on what is the atmospheric temperature, ammonia will attract to the water vapor. So they form the bond, and it will be heavier at that point, and it will fall. As it gains the energy from the atmosphere, it will rise again. And those things are very difficult equations. There is a bunch of papers available, how to calculate those balance point and everything. But you have to consider ammonia detector when you are in a closed space, both up and down, because the first order of business is depend where the leaks happen, how the jet is flowing. So it's very complex when you're going to be doing the gas dispersion analysis. You want to detect leakage as soon as possible. That's the first fundamental safety principle. So few detectors should be on the bottom also, and few into the top, of course, because it's going to rise And the best place to put the detector is also on exhaust ventilation where everything's going to merge. So what we rely on a gas dispersion study, we recommended that you have to do the gas dispersion study, and we call gas detector mapping study. Outcome of that should be the gas detector mapping study and a fire detector mapping study, because that will give you the optimal layout for your gas detector to detect. And you need to have your philosophy 1 out of 2 or 2 out of 3. There's all kinds of methods available in the industry, depending on the company what they use. That's how you're going to be developing your gas detector mapping plan, and you should follow in your safety shutdown logics and safety principles.
Thank you very much. We have another question.
The last one, also a technical one. Would you consider diffusion dispersion studies to fully define safety zones for ammonia under leakage conditions and need to investigate liquid and gas jets? So I don't know.
Yes. So if you look at detailed hazard registers, they define the various scenarios also. The fundamental is, yes, you have to consider the liquid and vapor phase both, or maybe mixed phase for your dispersion study. And dispersion study should be divided into multiple segments. One is for the enclosed room or wherever your pipes and etc. is passing. Another thing is also what most important thing is where all the vents are coming from the hazardous zone, and particularly the vents from the pressure relief or anything or a tank, and how they're going to disperse. So for ammonia, it is sure the safety zone going to be expanded, not like a gas where you have a 1.5 meter, 3 meter, 6 meter radius defined by IEC code, etc. It's not enough, because the main concern is, of course, fire explosion zones remain the same, but the safety zone. So safety zone has to be expanded. If you look at ABS ammonia guide, we have put like 25 meter radius safety zones in our guide also. It's just starting, right? But it should be defined based on the gas dispersion study. Now, gas dispersion study gonna take various load cases or failure scenarios. What can goes around depend on the system. Each system is very unique in their nature. Some are high pressure, some are low pressure. You got to both has a different scenario, plus the tank type, refrigerated versus pressurized. There is an increased risk into the pressurized system if pressure relief valve can goes wrong or whatever. So each has its own, and this is a method to the madness. So for dispersion analysis, we referenced you have to use offshore type or the process industry type philosophy, and you have to do the complete PHA and all other studies too. But there is enough guidance in the offshore industry also for the gas dispersion studies and everything, and you need to follow those and come up with that. The one thing is that in an extreme emergency situation, you may have a scenario where you may wind up with complete infilling the accommodations or anything, right? Or so this is normal operating condition. Over there is one couple of recommendations about the PPE availability and riding the event, because this event will not last for longer, or maybe what you can estimate those, and you can have a safe room. So there's a multiple idea. Another thing is also during bunkering, anything happen over there also, the safety principle you should be looking and employing is minimize the leakage inventory. That goes into the systems and how your safety shutdown philosophy, everything there, because you want to minimize the toxicity zones, etc., to have a less impact on a port personnel or a surrounding. So yes, dispersion studies are the key part of this whole thing to make it safe.
Just to add something, we are in parallel working in other studies relating to ammonia safety. We're looking to these dispersion in closed spaces and outside spaces, and the intention is eventually defining to publish those, because this is a finding to be able to the necessity to do more studies, and this is on the way now. So hopefully in the future we'll be publishing another study to show those cases. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to add on it, there is a lot of study done by ABS also for the fishing industry, fishing vessels where there is a ammonia refrigeration plant. So those kind of things like liquid vapor failing a half-inch instrumentation pipe or big pipe, all those scenarios are considered also for the closed space also and open where it is discharging. So there is a knowledge about that, and that need to be utilized for this kind of product. And we have to be very, very careful in how we perform these studies, how we consider all the accidental scenario. And key aspect of this one is saving the life and not to kill anybody.
And we have a final question.
Yes, I think that Patel has already touched a little bit about it, but the question is, would you prefer deep cold or pressurized storage on board?
Could you repeat that question?
Would you prefer deep cold or pressurized storage on board?
Otherwise, I can take it. Yeah. I think both of the solution can work. We have seen it, so it will depend on the actual ship where it's going to be used. We see now that a lot of ship is being prepared with Type A tank, where you're cooling the ammonia to minus 33 degrees and equipped with a relic system, and that the volume efficiency there is higher than it is for a Type C tank. So on the economic side, then this seems to be preferred there. I know where he's going with this question. It is that if you have a leak in a Type C tank, then your dispersion area is going to be significantly bigger than it is for a Type A tank. But these Type C tanks, they have very good track records. We have not been able to actually find cracks in incident with cracks in Type C tank. So it's considered as a safe way to store ammonia and other liquids. Yeah.
So just to add on that, if the concerns about pressurization incident is, there is a ways to handle it. So there is a few recommendations also that how the openings, everything's laid out, how to be protected and all that. So there is a ways to do it, but we consider that each has a different risk profile, but can it make safe? Yes, absolutely.
Yes. I don't see any more questions, but again, I strongly invite you to read. No, I have Sweden.
Thank you very much, Madam. I have a general comment regarding ammonia. First of all, we would like to thank ABS for the very valuable presentation. Sweden believes that it is good that we keep the technology neutral approach for all alternative fuels, but at the same time, it is good that we do not rush towards risky solutions, especially when it comes to ammonia. We believe that ammonia could be used in some types of ships, but on RoPax and passenger ships, we should be more restrictive until we have gained more experience. Thank you very much.
I think this is a bit of underlying consideration that is coming out also. See, Europe was in the same direction, and of course, Grimaldi, please, Dario.
Yeah, not on the comment of Sweden, but another question, if I may, or you were finishing to reply first. Then we were a bit not surprised, but we noted the clear message that for RoPax, ammonia can be a problem for time being in terms of risk. One question is about blend. So in case, for example, we heard from Wärtsilä that typically is the one that supply the 4-stroke engines for Ropax. They are doing such experiment with blending up to 70%, but something more lower, for example, 10%, 20%. Is it something that would affect the risk matrix? I mean, technically, when it goes blended into an heavy fuel oil or marine gas oil, does it reduce the risk or doesn't change the risk?
I think if you have a higher rate of ammonia in your fuel, then you also need bigger tanks. So that it has an impact, indirectly impact on the risk profile for the ship.
Maybe that one we reduce by just bunkering instead of every 5 days, every day.
Yes, you can reduce it that way. It will have, if you look at the fuel supply system, probably have bigger quantities being transported in your pipeline. So it affects slightly the risk picture, but not dramatically.
It's also a question of number of interactions as well. You can, as I mentioned yesterday, I guess, that you reduce the risks, but you can also reduce the potential casualties that will happen by reducing the number of interactions. So you touched upon that point about the number of bunkering operations and so on. But I think that this is another thing to highlight. Identified risks, concerns. René said that there are potential solutions to mitigate for those. But then the other question that will come is with the uptake of this fuel, then the number of bunkering operations will increase, and the interactions will increase. So this is another concern for the future.
No, the question was a bit more technical. If the blend reduce the risk. So apart of all the consideration that of course you did, which is fully understandable, but I mean the fact that it is diluted into another product, does it get it mixed in a way that if I smell it I don't die, or doesn't change because do not really mix the product with the ammonia with the gas oil?
If I understand you correctly, you mean that you are diluting your ammonia into a solution and then using this as fuel. Is that correctly understood? Because when I understand blending, then it's you're using two fuels in the engine. You're using one to ignite the ammonia, the pilot fuel, and then you add ammonia sufficient so you get the power which is required. That's my understanding of blending. But if you mean that you have ammonia and you dilute it with either water or something chemical to reduce the toxicity, then you're right. There could be ways on doing this, but it will change the property for ammonia. It will be more difficult if, let's say, if it's water, to burn this ammonia in the engine, so it will have an impact on efficiency. It costs energy to heat up water if you have that in a solution. So it has an impact on engine efficiency if this is the way forward.
I think we are not yet in the identification of the risk control measures and what would be at the end the outcome of this exercise. We are more at the phase of identifying the risks now. Yeah. And then, of course, as we know, because this is the methodology that is applied for everything, risk containment measures will need to be identified, and then the cost also will have an impact, and how much the risk will be reduced, and so on. But it's, I think, there is a good inventory in the study of where we need to look at, as a matter of fact, also because as we all know, not only at EU level but also at the global level, we will need to look at all possible options of sources of power that contribute to zero objective by 2050. So there is still a lot to be done and to discuss and analyze. As EMSA also, we would like to continue working on this at your side, as we always do. So I pass the floor to Ioannis Mispinas, the head of unit for safety here at EMSA, that will give you a brief overview of what we see in relation to the safety dimension of alternative sources of power and how we can be of help as EMSA. Ioannis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Manuela, and good morning, everybody, although we're already reaching for the lunch break. And although I'm going to talk to you about safety, I don't think it's a very safe position standing between you and the lunch break, for me at least. So I'll try to be brief. So I took good stock, I would say, from all the discussions throughout yesterday and today. And for me, as head of unit for safety here in EMSA, I would like to brief up a little bit and very shortly where we're standing here in terms of safety. As EMSA, which is a public European institution, an agency, we already have something in our hands, which of course are the studies that have already been released. And in this regard, we have for ammonia and biofuels, the completed studies with the hazard exercise that has been presented to you, and an ongoing study for hydrogen, which will also comprise a hazard exercise. So this is the first part of the state of play. But we also need to see a little bit more what is happening at an international level. So for us, in the maritime, international level means basically IMO. And in this regard, I just would like to give you a very brief, let's say, state of play of what is happening in the IMO. Of course, IMO works within the context of the CCC subcommittee, and of course MSC, of course, where IGF code is probably the legal instrument that is utilized mostly, but of course there may be other possibilities. So what we have up to now? Interim guidelines for ships using LPG fuels. They have just been finalized in CCC 8 in September, and this is something that we already can work with. Then, interim guidelines for safety of ships using hydrogen as fuel, which we anticipate that the possible finalization date would be in 2023, of course, within the context of CCC 9. For ammonia, and there where IMO is also working on interim guidelines, possible finalization date could be for CCC 10 in 2024. Guidelines for other low flashpoint fuels, there may be or may not, but the possible finalization could be in 2024, also in CCC 10. We have fuel cells, and as most of you probably know, within CCC 7 last year, we had guidelines agreed on fuel cells, but there may be also a continuation of the work with a possible finalization of an instrument within the context of CCC 11, maybe with an horizon for 2025. And finally, also for methyl alcohols, methyl ethyl alcohols could also be a finalization of another instrument as well, or an instrument in CCC 11, also with horizon for 2025. So what are, let's say, my grasp, what is the grasp that I got also from the discussions of these 1.5 day but also with, let's say, the presentations we had from all these extinguished participants here in our workshop as well. I think we could all agree that, at least for the time being, there is not so much technical experience on the field. There is no much practical experience on the field in terms of the new agents, the new fuels that we are all talking about. So this, of course, doesn't mean that we don't have anything. I mean, there is already some experience from refrigeration systems in the fishing vessel industry. There are some other things as well as regards agents transportation by the shipping industry. But of course, there is maybe, and there is, I think, a lot of experience and knowledge in other industries. So for the prime movers and for those who would like to get further with safety analysis and the risk assessment as regards the use of new alternative fuels, I think taking stock and bringing knowledge by other industries is extremely important and will be important. So what do we have up to now? As we discussed already with the studies presented, we have at least a hazard exercise already conducted, at least for ammonia and biofuels, and is being conducted also, or will be conducted also, for hydrogen. But we have additional tools within the Maritime that we all use, and we all aware of it, which basically are, and in this case could be for us as well, that a risk safety assessment, and we can use this, the goal-based approach, which is used widely within the IMO context, and of course an FSA, which is also used in the context of the IMO. So what we want to talk when we want to take further studies for safety is exactly using these tools. Probably mostly use the goal-based approach, where we would like to discuss, or we would like to approach safety issues using, for those of you who are familiar with these terminologies, tier 2, tier 3, or even tier 4 approach, which is with me working on functional requirements, maybe testing standards, or why not as well, in relation to specific requirements as regards regulations, as regards even prescriptive requirements. This is tier 4. So, cutting a long story short, what we have now from the safety perspective within EMSA in order to follow up what has been done by our colleagues on sustainability. So, what we want to propose is safety for sustainability. And what we have is a kind of a preliminary program where we want to invest maybe and hopefully 1 million euros in the coming 2 or 3 years in order to continue with safety analysis on all these innovative technologies that we have discussed. So, well, I already shared with you, my first conclusion was there's a lot of, and we all saw it, there's a big push for ammonia, but also ammonia's high toxicity and specific challenges pose a significant safety challenge, and I think we all aware of it. And since we have already the study finalized with a hazard exercise, I think the first step we intend to take is for ammonia. So hopefully, and this is our plan, but quote me with this, but let us prove truth. We hope very early 2023, we will probably be able to launch a safety study for a safety assessment for ammonia used as fuel. I'm not sure as an agent as well for hydrogen. These are things that we need to discuss. Second thing, for this safety for sustainability preliminary program that we are designing would be something that it would relate more with the discussion we will have in the coming 1.5 days, which I would generally call on electrification, where we would like to somehow get deeper in relation to what we are planning to work on battery systems for maritime applications, where we have already kicked off the work for a battery guidance. But we would like to move further, maybe using a study for that, and using exactly the goal-based approach with additional functional requirements on tier 2 level, or even testing standards on tier 3 level, but also tier 4 for prescriptive requirements there, in order to feed also all the work that we currently have undertaken for the battery guidance. And this could, of course, comprise as well fuel cells, because it's quite relevant for this in this context as well. Well, what else? This could be the safety assessment for hydrogen as fuel. This, the completion for batteries, the study that we plan for the batteries, we hope we could be able to launch it as well within 2023, but maybe at the end of the year. For hydrogen, since we will be expecting also the finalization of the study and also the hazard exercise, I think also because in the IMO context, they will be finalizing at least the interim guidelines within 23. I think there will be more time to get stock of the study, but also of the of the experience with the interim guidelines in the IMO, and we can envisage that we can have a study maybe in 2024, where the results of the study will feed a possible discussion within the IMO context to review and update the envisaged guidelines to be adopted in 2023. Finally, a last study that we envisage to launch also within 2024 would be on the safety assessment for alcohols, which means methyl ethyl in this case, but also in biofuel. For that, of course, as I said, there is a possibility that an instrument will be discussed and will be finalized within the context of the IMO with a horizon of 2025. And so I think a possible study with safety analysis on methyl ethyl alcohols and also on biofuels could feed the discussion and could feed the adoption of the IMO of a possible instrument as well. So this is our preliminary analysis of what needs to be done, what we can done based on the work that has already been undertaken by the agency. And it's, of course, something to be discussed and adapted in, let's say, in the coming months or so, seeing also the industry, how is it going, and taking stock of the discussions we are having here already, and maybe the discussions we will have in the afternoon, but also tomorrow as well. And thank you.
Thank you, Ioannis. As you know, our approach as EMSA is, of course, always to try to generate a critical mass that then stimulates further discussions. We have a lot of success stories from this approach, and there are some people who were heavily involved in this. And of course, what we do, it starts from the EU dimension, but feeds, of course, the work that is currently ongoing at IMO. And so what is important from our side, since we have limited resources, is to make sure that we focus on the things that are really needed, and we meet the expectations that come from our main stakeholders, being the European Commission, being the EU member states, and of course the industry, because with the sustainability volley we work very closely also with the industry, the only way that is possible. Do we have any final comments at this stage from the floor or from the chat? Then I would like the consortium to give a final remark of the uptake on this first module on alternative fuel.
Yeah, I will express my big thanks to EMSA for organizing this event here. I think we have had good feedback so far on during the discussion. It was maybe a little slow yesterday, but I think this morning here, after people have been sleeping a little, that there has been a little more discussion than initially. So I think all thanks to EMSA for organizing this from our side. Will you add a few words, Daniel?
I don't have much to add, just to thank you for the organization. It's, I think people are following that online. I've shared the link and people are finding it interesting. It's generating discussions, and the whole EMSA studies were, I would say, they shaked a little bit the industry in a way so that we look into more interesting things. Not interesting, but, to all the follow-ups that will come from this. So it's, thank you for organizing this.
Then Ricardo, final word from your side.
Thank you very much. I believe that in addition to the day yesterday, I believe this first presentations and this presentation of the complexity of the topic, also from a safety perspective, regulatory gap identification, standardization needs, they highlight again the need for a construction of a solid, safe construction for the level playing field that is needed for renewable and low carbon fuels use on board ships. Decarbonization effort is certainly not only one of sustainability or of safety, is a whole societal transformation that is needed. And it is a slow revolution, but I believe that each one of us have a role to play. The regulator plays one role, but alone is not able to start any transformation. I hope the uncertainties about the future, the difficulties in assessing the valuation of different business cases, because we're talking about shipping, but shipping is a complex puzzle of different operating profiles, different opportunities. So I believe that, and I also talk with my heart. I have to say, after 7 years working in the agency, being involved in this type of projects as well, I know how important it is to work as a team. I see also ABS here. I was a former ABS employee as well, so I feel that all together we keep on meeting each other in these important moments, and I believe today we are in a very important moment, also for not only for the future in terms of regulatory development, but here in terms of the elements at technical level that are necessary for facilitating this transformation. And I congratulate the consortium, because I think the studies have resulted as, in my personal perspective, spectacular result. It's really a fantastic result that was delivered. And the agency, because I said yesterday, it takes courage to take this project on board, especially because of the whole context that is developing around the studies. And I think this is to be again acknowledged and congratulated. Thank you.
We have the advantage to be a technical body, so we are not, let's say, no, we are, but let's say that the political dimension belongs to others. So our role is really to gather information and make sure that the decision makers have the right set of information to move forward. This is our strength, and we will continue to work along this path. With the consortium, we have already other 2 studies planned, the one on hydrogen that Yannis already anticipated, and one on wind-assisted propulsion. So I will see all of you again at the end of 2023 to go into depth again with these discussions. There was a lot of information that was shared during this first module. I would like to thank all the different contributors that took the time to be with us and were also very transparent in providing their experience. Sharing of information and transparency is essential. It's true that there is also a competition dimension because we know how the sector works. But in this moment, with the challenges that we have in front of us, sharing it's the only way forward. This is something that I found recently when I was in Denmark at the Forum of the Regulators. Also, regulators need to share. It's not only the industry that needs to share. And a workshop like this, even if it's super dense in terms of data, it's an example of best practice because you have so many different backgrounds sitting around the table. I do hope next time we will be all presential and it will also simplify the handling of this meeting. It will also generate a lot of discussions as it happened here in Lisbon outside the camera. From my side, I can only thank all of you for having been here. Some in listening mode, some active in the corridors, others contributing in the chat. And I would like also to thank, allow me, the EMSA team, because I'm the one that's being vocal, but there is a lot of work behind that you don't see. And this is also the strength of our agency, because we have a lot of very, very good people that work behind the scene and make this possible. So I will hand over the role of moderator in the afternoon to Ioannis, that will guide you in module 2 and 3. Other two important pieces that the agency has put together in this logic of acting as a facilitator. Need identified, we provide an answer, a technical answer, as much as we can. And thank you again for having been with us in this very dense, but I hope useful for all of you workshop. Thanks again. We reconvene at 2:15 Lisbon time for the module 2 on energy storage systems on board of ships. Thanks a lot. Lunch is offered as usual upstairs in the atrium.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to those of you who are still here with us in EMSA. Good afternoon to all the others who joining us remotely. Today, the second half part of our day, actually Module 2, is dedicated to a discussion for energy storage systems on board ships, which I would say forms part of a wider concept that we will be discussing for the coming 1.5 days, which relates with electrification. So today we will be discussing on energy storage systems on board ships. Tomorrow will be the discussion focusing more on the shoreside electricity and mainly for ports. So before starting with the discussion, as you probably remember, my name is Ioannis Mispinas. I'm head of unit for safety and security, and I will be your moderator for the coming 1.5 days. And before starting with more technical, I would first ask to the floor our head of department for safety, security, and surveillance, Mr. Lenderbalt, to welcome and also to highlight the objectives of today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ioannis, and good afternoon to all here in Lisbon and of course online. It's a pleasure to have you still with us for also the next modules of our workshop. The model 2 of the workshop is about energy storage systems or batteries, and actually maybe that is the only alternative fuel that we did not discuss yet. You can call electricity also kind of alternative fuel. And of course there are 2 dimensions to electricity or to batteries. You can either have them as cargo, for example in alternative fueled vehicles on board of ship, or as a means to propulsion. So you have electricity as a propulsion system on board of vessels. And actually we want to look at both sides. First of all, the alternative fueled vehicles are a growing issue. Well, in general, as you know, greening or decarbonization leads to new safety challenges. Every new fuel, every new system on board of the ship, we have to be looked carefully at to see what are the safety implications and what are the best measures to mitigate any safety risk that they may cause to humans or the environment. And in that sense, as you know, that more and more people have an electric car nowadays, so also more and more electric cars are being transported, for example, to Europe in car carriers, but also on ro-ro ferries when it comes to transport of cargo within Europe. So more and more vehicles with batteries are on board of ships, and that causes specific challenges when it comes to fire safety. And that is a very, I think, pertinent safety challenge. 2 weeks ago here, we had a conference organized by Lashfire, one of the European projects dealing with fire safety. And also for them, it was very high on the agenda to look at alternative fueled vehicles and to really start to digest what are the risk and what are the, let's say, mitigating measures that you can take for fire safety with batteries. Secondly, you also have it, of course, as propulsion system that you can use electricity, and for that you will also have, of course, batteries stored on board. EMSA developed guidelines or guidance document for AFVs, and this document is still, let's say, relatively modest, in the sense that we do not have a lot of practical experience. I think the most pertinent accident with electrical vehicles on board was the burning and sinking of the Felicity Ace close to the Azores. But unfortunately, as it was so far out at sea, and as the vessel also sank, we do not have, let's say, a lot of data collected from this accident that we can really learn from it. So our guidance for me is very much an initial step. I think it's a very good step, and I'm very grateful that we have it, on which we will build, and hopefully with further feedback from the stakeholders, we may further fine-tune or even enlarge the guidance document as we have it today. I hope that the feedback is not related to huge accidents, but sometimes we also need accidents to learn from them and to further improve the way we can mitigate them. Unfortunately, that's also part of shipping. When it comes to storage systems on board of ships, the European Commission has requested EMSA also to look at this more closely and also to prepare a guidance document for this aspect. For that, we are going to establish, or we have already established, a working group or a consultation group with stakeholders from industry mainly to help us to collect the elements and also to help the industry then thereafter to work with the guidance to be as safe as possible. And also today, later in the afternoon, we have a round table discussion where we hear already some views from the different stakeholders involved, the industry, classification societies, etc. So I think this is a very topical issue, so I'm very happy that this afternoon we can discuss about the electrification as cargo and as, let's say, ship propulsion. And I think this is very good to take it a step further, and we're also hoping in the future to get your feedback as things will evolve. So I leave it to that, and I'm really looking forward to the presentations and discussion we have on this particular topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lender. And I would like to start by, first of all, we discussed yesterday and this morning for all the prerequisites. We highlighted a lot of prerequisites necessary to enable the development of alternative fuel. And I think one of the most important ones that we all agreed was actually safety. So without safety, I would say there cannot be no innovation and can be no technical solutions either. So I think in terms of electrification, maybe things are a bit more mature in the sense that it's not like at the same level like ammonia or hydrogen that we were discussing this morning. But still there are definitely very important challenges, as Lender highlighted as well. We had so many incidents, for example, with vessels, Ro-Ro or Ropax vessels carrying electrical vehicles on board. And this is the one fold from the two-folded discussion that we anticipate for today, which basically one part would relate with the carriage of alternative fuel. Basically, we're talking about electrical vehicles or any other alternative fuel vehicles on board ships, and the other fold would be actually in general on energy storage systems on board ships used for propulsion or other kind of functions on board ships. So in this sense, and for the first part, we have with us Mr. Sifis Papageorgiou, and it's a pleasure of mine as well as an ex-head of unit for Sifis, which today works with the Norwegian Maritime Authority. But he was the EMSA project officer who coordinated the work with the participation of many stakeholders, of course, and the industry and member states as well, which ended up to the publication of the, I would say, first part, Sifis, of the AFV guidance. But this, let's hear from you then. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Yanni. Many thanks to EMSA as well, and indeed, I will agree also to what Ricardo said yesterday, that he feels like coming back home at EMSA. I feel that too, after having been 12 years here, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present the work. As Yannis said, this is the presentation of the work that we did on this very important item. I will take off my current hat for this presentation, although I am with the NMA. This is, of course, the work that was done with EMSA, and as such, as I will proceed to the work that was done. Okay. Okay. Turning it on helps. So, how did we start working on this? And this was a certain process that I at least feel that was quite efficient from our point of view, because it started in 2020 with several member states coming forward to the European Commission and saying that they could see the trend in electric vehicles especially, and they wanted to see and they wanted to know if there are new risks that are associated to these and how they could deal with these risks. And based on this request by the European member states, the European Commission asked EMSA to draft guidance on this, and therefore we in 2021 we formed a sort of consultation group which was paramount for the work that was done. And with that group, we together developed this document that was published in May earlier this year. As Yanis said, although, as you can see, the title is guidance. Originally, the title was high-level guidance or interim as well, because we do expect more research to come into and well, to be published. And as Lendert also mentioned, the Last Fire project, we do expect its results in 2023, and probably there will be some more information that we could add into a sort of into this document, or as I will also mention later on, possibly at IMO as well. So I think it is very important to mention that this consultation group that we had was very important for the success, if it indeed it is judged to be successful, this document. But we had very broad participation. I'm very glad to see some of you here today in person, but also and indeed for the first time in person, I have to say, because the work was done during the pandemic and it was all done online. But also I saw some of the participants in participating in this meeting on Zoom. But as you can see, we had a very broad expertise, and this helped us a lot. We had participants from class societies, from operators, research institutions, but even system manufacturers and a very particular OEM, and of course flag administrations. So all of this gave us a very good base, and with the input that the group formed, we decided together on initially what would be the scope of the document. And the scope of the document was to be inclusive, meaning that although until then we as EMSA had mainly focused on RoPax ships, we decided to also tackle the problem for Ro-Ro cargo ships and PCTCs. But of course, and this created some certain challenges for us, mainly due to the lack of, I would say, mature research at the time, but we got some really good input from some of the participants. We also realized that we have to include risk assessment elements in the document in order to be able to give some degree of freedom. Another very important thing is that we also realized that at this stage it was important to have operational elements. So if you see the document, you will see that there is something that is normally different to what IMO instruments at least include, and that is that there are a lot of instructions to operators in particular. Of course, the document is a non-mandatory document. We are talking about a guidance, but we were very happy to be able to include information that could be used by seafarers on board, but also by operators in designing, let's say, a response to such incidents. We also decided to include all sorts of AFVs in the scope, and another and finally very important element is that we had to base the work on existing research. And as you can see here, I have included the main projects, Lashfire, to, let's say, the point that it could provide information, and they did. But of course, as I said before, it's not finalized. But also the Albero project gave us very significant input, and the Brand 1 and 2 and FireSafe 1 and 2 projects. So this is the document, or at least the front page of it. You can download it on EMSA's website. It's the easiest, I would say, is if you enter the EMSA's website and you just word search for AFVs, you will find it. It is separated in 3 parts. It has a general part in the beginning with mainly basic information on, for example, the properties of AFVs, particular fire safety properties, I would say, but also requirements that are already included in the IMDG code. And then we have 2 separate chapters. One is for the RoPax ships and one is for the non-RoPax ships. And we have 2 annexes with, I would argue, I'm definitely very biased, but I would argue that it's very useful information in the form of diagrams. The parts 2 and 3, so the ones that are focused on the RoPax and the non-RoPax ships, they have the same structure, although they are not identical in relation to their recommendations. But typically, they have a part that is focusing on precaution against ignition. There are recommendations on the identification of vehicles. I know this has been and it was also during the work of the group a very highly debated item, to how much something like this can be useful, but I think we can also further discuss this later on. Furthermore, certain conditions of carriage, these mainly stem from the IMDG code, so there are a lot of references in the document. Typically, you would say you would have, at least for the RoPax ships, not allowing vehicles that have been damaged to enter the ship, but also there are other requirements, especially for the non-RoPax ships. There is also a state of charge recommendation, which I think it is very important. There is also what is being mentioned here with small electric vehicles. We do not. We are talking mainly about, well, not cars, actually. So these are pushbacks, electric bikes, and equipment like this, that it is required according to the IMDG code to carry those in the Ro-Ro space. Otherwise, they will be, or they are considered as dangerous goods. And of course, and perhaps one of the main, let's say, reasons that this debate started, and we have this result in these guidance, charging for the RoPax ships, and with the great help of the Albero project, we included a list of items that should be considered in a risk assessment. And therefore it is advised that, well, while charging should not generally be permitted. However, if there is this risk assessment, which I would argue that it is very comprehensive, if that risk assessment is done, then charging might be allowed. At the same time, for the non-RoPax ships, we decided that to recommend charging not to be allowed. For detection, unfortunately, there is not very much to be said in the guidance, and the main reason for that is that at the time we did not have strong elements coming from research or input from research that would argue that we need something in addition to the existing systems. Nevertheless, there are, I would say, some minor recommendations also in the form, for example, of video monitoring, which is enhanced in relation to what is currently required in SOLAS. But still, one could argue if video monitoring is something to be used for necessarily detection or confirmation, etc. But this is another possibly long discussion. And then again, we have fire suppression and extinguishment. One of the main things again here is that we do refer to creating an AFV-specific emergency response procedure. What we would like to see, of course, or what we were hoping to see, is that a lot of the information in this guidance is used for this procedure. And when I say a lot of the information, I mainly refer to what is included in Annex 1, which are the diagrams with the operational procedures. But of course, a lot of other recommendations are included, also in relation, for example, to fire patrols, etc. Based on, lastly here on fire suits and specifications, there are also some recommendations that stem from some research from RISE, which again, I could argue that this perhaps is not necessarily linked to, that it is not an AFV's specific problem, but more a general recommendation for ships. However, we felt that it was a very useful recommendation to include. With that, I will go to Annex 1, which, as you may have realized, I'm quite happy about. This is just the map of it. Each box here represents a diagram that is included in the guidance, and we have we go typically through the stages of a fire and through the stages of what could happen on board a ship. So we go from different alarm levels to the confirmation of a fire. We also thought that it was important to allow for an elementary first response. And with that, what we had in mind as a group was to have the possibility for a crew member doing the confirmation, or a crew member detecting a small fire that is unprotected, to be able, if possible, and if the fire is indeed very small, to act on it. Because sometimes perhaps just a very small action could make a very big difference, and we did not want to take that away from the crew. However, it is very clear in the guidance as well that the preferred method is the fixed system, and the activation and the rapid activation of the fixed system is and should be the priority. However, we also saw that there might be the need for manual activity during suppression. And again, and as is included in the guidance, this was only, or this is only suggested under very specific circumstances. For example, in the case of life-saving, meaning that there is an understanding that there's someone trapped, that of course in that case there should be manual activity into the RORO space in order to get that person out. So therefore also it was important for the group to include specific recommendations, also to sort of and I would use some of the terminology that Rice uses to bust some myths in relation to electric vehicles, and to take away some of the fear that perhaps exists. And then finally, there are some diagrams that are specific to EVs, gas vehicles, and some actions that are related to post-extinguishment. I only have here one example, so this is typically what you will get or what you will see, and all of these boxes of the previous slide reflect or are mirrored in the guidance with such a diagram. I will not go into the details of this. I just have it here for illustration purposes. I think in general there was a lot of work done behind each and every box here, and at the end, and as you may have realized, I'm personally quite happy with the results. With that, and before closing, I would also like to say a few words on what is the IMO work plan on this item, because as you might know, that at MSC 105 there was approval of a relevant agenda item, and so this item will also go to IMO, meaning that it is quite probable that there will be further, or actually no, it's not probable, it's certain that there will be further discussions at IMO. What we do not know yet is what will be the exact result of these discussions. If we will be looking at guidelines or solace amendments, this is still to be seen. Nevertheless, it is important also to note that perhaps, and in a best case scenario, we are looking at something that could enter into force in 2028. And therefore also, and with the current trend of electric vehicles, I think that publishing something now in 2022 was very positive, and I hope also very helpful for both the industry and the administrations, in order to have something at hand when dealing with this problem, or with this challenge. Let's call it a challenge. And with that, I'd like to close. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sifis. And of course, we are also very proud for the publication of the guidance. I think it was made clear that, first of all, this was a very timely publication, since exactly we have a new agenda item in the IMO context, which the discussion will start next year, early next year, with the SSC 9. And I think also part of it will be the discussion on charging or levels of charging, which was a very difficult debate also when preparing our guidance as well. And this will feed the guidance that we have produced. I think this will feed and will facilitate exactly to make progress at the IMO level as well. Of course, we will be able to address more technical questions, if there still are, about the guidance after the next presentation. And in this regard, I would like to invite Mr. Dimitrios Balamatsias from the part of the industry to give us his own perspective in relation to how he envisages, at least in terms of his company, to apply or to implement the guidance. Mr. Balamatsias was also very active in the context of the preparation of the guidance, in the context of the consultation group. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. We'd like to thank EMSA for this open dialogue workshop, which is very important for us, for the industry, and for giving us the opportunity to present our perspective towards our efforts to have a safe transportation of the AF units. What we are going to see today is that I'm going to present what is the current situation on board our ships, and what are the challenges we are facing. Before doing so, I will briefly tell you a few things about Neptune Lines. We are operating since 1975. We have a fleet of 19 PCTC vessels, carrying more than 700 units, ranging on a capacity between 1,500 to 6,500, having more than 500 employees, trading in the Mediterranean, Black Sea, North Europe, and Asia, transporting 1.3 million units a year, sailing almost the same number of miles per year. Usually, we believe that the situation is better to prevent rather than cure. So the current situation on board our ships is affected also from the EMSA guidance over the last year, participating in the development of the guidance. And we do believe that the training of the crews on board is important in order to achieve the best possible result. We are conducting fire drills at monthly intervals. We are having specialized personnel doing the training in order to be able to train the crew properly. And this, we believe, is one of the primary concerns, to have a good trained crew to be able to respond to fires. Of course, it's very important also to have a good preparation on the cargo inspection prior to being loaded on board the ship. It is very important for us to check the units to be loaded and to reject any damaged vehicle on board the ship. We also try to streamline the implementation process for monitoring the state of charge on board the ships. Our aim is to achieve the 50% limit on the state of charge of the batteries. And we are not allowing the charging on board our ships, only cases where flat batteries are noted in the discharging process. Then we are implementing some certain safety protocols in order to be able to discharge those units. We pay too much attention on the stewards. The first responders shall be able to have an unobstructed access between in the car deck, so they will be able to activate the first responders, and the first 3 to 5 minutes of fire hazard identification are crucial in order to have a very good result for extinguishing or containing the fire. Lashing is also an issue for us. The AFE units are heavier than the conventional units, so proper lashing is crucial to avoid shifting during bad weather conditions. And shifting of cargo may lead to battery damages, which may result also to fire hazards. We are also trying to seek in the market various low-hanging fruits that we can implement on board our ships. So these will assist our crews to act more efficiently at the first response, to fight with, to contain various fire hazards that may identify during patrolling. Also, the stability, the cargo identification, and the stability of the ship is being affected from the proper and accurate information on the fuel type and the dimensions and the weight that we need to have for having a proper loading condition on board the vessel. Except from preventive, of course, the monitoring on board is the next stage that we are implementing. The detection systems that we have already on board the ships are able to identify smoke and trigger alarms, but we also, based on the regulations, we carry portable gas detectors on board the ship to identify gas leakages from the units. But also important is the fire patrolling, which is conducted from the crew at periodical intervals. But also the patrolling personnel should have the proper equipment and the proper training to identify such hazards on board the ships. And then, unfortunately, we have to be able to fight with the fires. And I say unfortunately because this is something that is always a probability on board the ships. And again, here, the training of the crew is essential. We do believe that specialized training courses shall be developed for our crews on board in order to make sure that the elements, the high-risk elements are addressed and the crews which are sailing on board Ro-Ro ships are having the specialized training that they need to have. Communication in such cases is vital when we have emergency situation on board, to ensure that the information is passed correctly between the teams on board the ship and have the best possible result. As previously said, of course, we do believe that the fixed firefighting systems are the ones to be used as a priority. We know that, and we are training our crew to release the systems within the first 10 minutes from the identification of a fire. We believe it's the most efficient system always to be used, and we are training the crews towards that end. Of course, the first response sometimes can have a significant effect on extinguishing the fire. So various equipment which we have purchased over the last years from the market, such as the fire blankets, we have incorporated them in our emergency response plans, and we have made various drills on board the ships, noticing that in case we have these 3 to 4 minutes initially to act and apply a fire blanket inside the burning vehicle, or under, not a burning, but at the initial stage, this will contain the fire and will have a significant effect on how to deal with such an emergency on board. Of course, fire blankets can apply at the second stage if the conditions permit on board the ships, but we believe are important things, important equipment to carry on board, not to replace the fixed firefighting system, but after relevant evaluation to be used to assist the crew at the very initial stage of a fire identification. Of course, the emergency on board the ship shall be followed from a post-fire management, what we are going to do after the fire is extinguished from the onboard means, and what experience do we need to have in order to identify the risks which are produced from a burning electrical vehicle, which are different from a conventional unit. And we need to shout guidance, external guidance also, for providing information that we need to take into consideration. Also crucial in this kind of situation for us is the source-based support from the office emergency teams, that we need to carry out also relevant training to understand the risks also from the office side, and to conduct regular exercises between shore-based teams and on-board teams, involving also the various consultants that we had in our office emergency support network. So what are the challenges that we are going to face and what we are facing? We have seen that the transition from conventional to alternative fuels requires also equal attention to safety from the design phase of the vehicle. We have seen that the technology shall be used as the spear force to mitigate the risks at the source, and we know that there are technologies out there that they can assist the fire patrols and the onboard safe transportation of the vehicles by implementing or using the technology which can be implemented already on the ships, on the batteries itself of the vehicles. We know that the external protocols, communication protocols on the battery management system may be used in order to alert the fire patrols on board the ships. So this will minimize the response time from the firefighting team. Or in addition, a fixed firefighting system in the battery itself may also prevent the fire being spread, and this will the fire will contain within this vehicle and give ample time to the crew to respond. Also, as we understand, the maritime environment is even more complex to handle such fires on AFVs, especially when the firefight technology implemented on board has significant room for improvement. We do believe, as I said before, that the specialized training for fighting such such risks on board is vital, so the crew should be alerted on what needs to be done in such cases. The regulatory framework shall also be adjusted and shall follow the developments on the technology on the electric units. And there are a number of actions already made, and committees, and the CC Committee 9 will also discuss the issue and the revision, the possible revision on the IMDG code. And lastly, I would like to say that the collaboration is vital between the stakeholders. What we have seen with the EMSA working group was very crucial for us to understand and revise our plans and adjust them accordingly. And this will serve as a solid base for us to develop our plans and mitigate our risks. So it is imperative the dialogue to be continued between the various stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balamachias. And well, I've taken good notice. I think we all have taken a good notice that, of course, discussion should continue. I think this is quite relevant, and it will continue, of course, also at the EU, but also at the international level. One more thing that I took note is that it's very important to have safety throughout the whole value chain, all the production stages as well, which is something important specifically for the carried vehicles with ships. And as regards ships, fire suppression is important, and I think our guidance document has provided a lot of good information and knowledge in relation to fire suppression measures that should be prioritized, but also fire prevention is equally important, or even more, I would say. And on that, there's a lot of things to be done as well. I would like to open the floor for questions to our speakers or to the panel as well. But before that, I have one question to both of our speakers, also CFIs, I would say, but maybe under your capacity of a maritime administration in this case. And my question would be very specific in relation to the guidance document. So how each and any one of you would see let's say, the follow-up for the guidance document in order to become more relevant, more useful in the context of the shipping industry, and how the shipping industry utilizes the document, or whatever it is to follow up with this document. Who wants to start? Sifis? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yanni. I would say that it depends a lot on the adoption of this document by the industry, really. As far as I've heard, at least from the members that were inside of this consultation group, they were positive about the work, and they were willing to adopt these guidelines into their daily work and into the way they design their processes. So I think this is already a first step. I think that from this point, the next step would be to try to share that knowledge even further to I would say to other operators, to other administrations that were not participating. So therefore, also I think that what is happening here today is very positive, and I think that the sharing of this knowledge can be important. I have. I don't know, maybe perhaps I could invite Oscar also to make a comment. Sorry to bring you up into the discussion, Oscar. He was also participating as one of the system manufacturers, and we were having a conversation earlier on. But I think also his input as a system manufacturer is important to see how the guidance are how this document is used, and to my surprise, also not only at a European level, but also internationally. I don't know if you may allow Oscar to intervene.
Yes, I would be more than happy. Dimitris, you can have the floor after that. Huh? Of course, when we say industry, it's not only the shipping in this case, it's manufacturers. There's a lot of value chain here. So, Oscar, you.
Yes. Let's see. Yes, thank you. So we are developing these onboard charging systems for EVs on board ferries all over Europe, and we took part in this guidance group as well. And I can say that so far, after its release, it has been well received by the industry. So in all over Europe, but also then outside of Europe as well, it has caught attention in Canada and South Korea and New Zealand as well. So far is the feedback that we have received.
Well, thank you. It's interesting then to see that we are in business, and I would say, well, I have already put forward the question also to Neptune Lines, to Dimitrios. So please.
Yes, I do believe that the guidance of EMSA should serve as a base to review our emergency plans when it comes to emergency response on board the ship. It is crucial to be able to share the experience that we have and continue the dialogue. And with the support of each other, we can find solutions to the problems, because technology on vehicles is running ahead of us at the moment. This is what I believe. And the regulations are a bit delaying to place the framework that we need in order to operate. So I do believe that we need to continue discussing between ourselves to find the best possible solutions to mitigate the risks, because the risks are there for the ships and for the crews, and we need to do the best we can in order to assist them. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Dimitrios. I think the message is very clear, that there is a lot of work to be done still, and discussion will continue. And I think we got the message, and actually this is how the international community is moving ahead as well. I would like to open the floor now for questions or for any kind of comments that you would like to put forward in the context of this discussion, not necessarily in relation to the guidance document, but in general about the discussion we have on the carriage of alternative fuel vehicles. So I would suggest first from the people around me that they took the effort to come to EMSA. So the floor is yours. Questions or any? Who would do the breaking ice? Yes, I don't see very. ICS.
Yeah, this
please.
is from ICS. I had a question about. First of all, congratulations on the very informative presentations, both of them. Question about the real-life experience with transportation of AFVs. In your presentation, you mentioned the aspect that you normally check AFVs before allowing them to be boarded. Could you please elaborate on how extensive are those checks, and what all inspections are included in those checks where you decide whether or not you can allow an AFV to be allowed on board? Thank you.
Yes, of course, inspections, we streamline the process with the various stakeholders at the port, with the port terminal, and either our crew or appointed service providers are checking the vehicles at the ramp for damages to the best possible extent that we can do. We combine this inspection together with other inspections for quality control that we have to run. And at the final parking station, at the final point of rest on board the ships, we also do a second inspection during the lashing operations of the cargo. But still, we need to have a very good cooperation with the terminal on this.
Thank you for this feedback as well, which is always useful to share with others. I see ICS noting, so I guess it's okay. And any more question or any comment? Sweden.
Thank you very much. Shipping industry transport millions of cars each year, and this issue should be even interesting for the car industry to collaborate with the shipping industry to find somehow some kind of pathway to make it easier for handling this issue. Maybe the car industry can help with knowledge about how to extinguish the cars, or how to solve this some kind of problems that we do not understand. That's my point. Maybe we should collaborate with the car industry. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sweden. Well, if I may make a comment in relation to what you have just commented, I think this is exactly what is the added value of the way EMSA is trying to work in producing any kind of document, best practices, or any kind of guidelines in anything in relation to bringing together various stakeholders, different parts of the industry, and then take stock of the different knowledge in between. And I see Santiago anxious for the so please, of course.
Well, I don't know if anxious, but I just wanted to highlight that we have Mike Sturgeon, who is online from the ECG, from the car industry. He was key in preparing the guidance, and he has his hand raised. So I think we can give him the floor, if you agree. Mike?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You do. Thank you. Yeah. Well, firstly, I'm sorry I had planned to be with you today, but unfortunately, I was not well enough to travel, so I'm doing it from the safety of my home office instead. Yes, indeed, we had. It was our pleasure to participate in the meeting and work closely with Sifis and everybody else. And I'm going to start my video. Let's see if that works. So it was a very interesting process. We were very happy to do it. I think somebody just mentioned getting the car manufacturers involved. We were able to get a representative from Volkswagen Group into the meeting, and we speak regularly with many of the other OEMs. I have to say there are some differences of opinion. And some of our members, shipping line members, were very keen. Sorry, I should have introduced myself by saying I run the Association of European Vehicle Logistics. So the car carriers, including our friends from Neptune, are members of ECG, and a number of others, including, of course, some of the shipping lines like Stena, who are also carrying passengers as well. A number of our members do that, but also the pure car carriers, the PCTCs, are operated by our members. So they have a slightly different perspective from the ferry operators. But there was quite increasing pressure from certainly some of the insurance companies to have some guidelines and some rules. So we're very happy to have them. I just wanted to say that there is already, calls for, the opportunity to review, particularly once Lashfire has reported. And several of the OEMs, including, for example, Tesla, pointed out that the battery technology is changing all the time. And so we can't just do this and then leave it. We do have to come back to it, particularly since it will be some time before we get, as Sifis has said, it could be 2028 before we see something official from IMO in terms of SOLAS or whatever that might be. So I think there's definitely, after the Lashfire project, there's definitely an opportunity to perhaps reconvene this working group and review. Thank you.
And thank you very much as well also for your intervention and the input. I think, yeah, this is exactly what I was saying before, that it's a cooperation that we need to maintain and we need to elaborate further actually and to enhance it further. And the discussion in the IMO will give also the right forum as well, where things will go further, because I understand that we have a very good document, and allow me to praise ourselves as well on that. CFIS, of course, who did the coordination, but all the team, the safety team, and all the people from the industry and from the administrations who worked for this guidance document. But still, it's not a gospel, and it's not something that it will remain as such, because it should be a living document, as we all understand that there is a lot of technical work that is currently undergoing, and discussions will follow in order to update, but in order to give additional feedback in the forums that these discussions will take place. We still have time, so please, from the Sweden. Matthias, yes, sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah,
thank you, of
thank
course.
you. This question may be too detailed, but those condensed dry aerosol units mentioned by Neptune Lines, can you elaborate on the effectiveness of them and how they are used? Are they used together with fire blankets, for example?
Sorry, can you repeat the effectiveness of the materials that we purchase? This is what you mean?
I think you mentioned in your presentation those condensed dry aerosol units.
Yes, we haven't tested them yet, but they were tested from the providers. Other stakeholders, they have already used them. So the results are quite good, they say, because they are not based on the suffocation method. They are just releasing particles inside the fire. They're used for electrical panels mainly, and they are easy to use. They are very small. The firefighter can put it in his hand, among other things, of course. He has a lot of things already in his hands, but it is. We believe that it will add very, very efficiently to the initial first responders. The people that they are carrying the fire blankets initially, they are using the basic fireman outfits and not the whole equipment, just to save time and bring the fire blankets inside the car deck together with these dry aerosol units. And they have to place them either inside the vehicle or just beneath when the blanket is applied in order to have the maximum effect. This is an additional equipment, does not harm, is not harmful to the people or to the environment. The cost is reasonable and can have a serious, can assist in the firefighting process.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you both. Well, any more? Yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. I have a very naive question. Sorry. I saw there was one drawing about the fire blanket that I did not really understand, and that kept me a bit thinking. So I can imagine that a fire blanket as such is very effective tool, but with batteries you may have a very hot, intense source of heating. So I can imagine that it is also very difficult to go there and to put the fire blanket on top, and that can even be dangerous for the crew or for the firefighters. Is there any thinking or research in developing maybe a kind of automated deployment system, a bit like an airbag, that you don't have to go there, but that you have a semi-automatic or automatic way in using fire blankets in those cases?
Yes, automated. Okay, big issue. You need to change the construction on board the ship. You need to affect the systems on board the ship. Needs to have various approvals to do so. This is not equipment when something is fixed on the ship. This requires a process to be implemented, as you very well know. So, of course, the fire blankets are not the first thing that you have to consider. We fully support the fixed firefighting system initially. So the training that we are enforcing to the people is if they can use it within the first 3 to 4 minutes max then they are going to use it in order to be safe for the crew to use. Implementing automated systems at the moment, we haven't considered them. We are based on the fixed firefighting system, which is approved from the regulations on board at the moment. Any other system will require, if fixed on board the ship, will require relevant approvals, which I don't know if there are the standards out there to approve on the regulatory framework.
Okay, thank you. I think we're just about for coffee, but if there is anything that, any clarification that needs, anything from the chat, Santiago? No? So I think with this, I'm very much pleased to say that, first of all, we have a commitment to continue with our study, with our work on that, and trying to bring together knowledge and stakeholders in relation to safety for the carriage of alternative fuel vehicles. This has already been enshrined within our work program, also with the possibility to update the guidance if necessary. So on that we commit, and I think with this also we finalize the first fold of our discussion on electrification today. We will continue with energy storage systems on board ships for propulsion and other functions. And so I suggest we go for coffee, and okay, since we are a bit behind, so let's say 15:35 we come back. Thank you. Okay, and I think we're just about ready to continue. So again, good afternoon, and this is, let's say, the last part of day 2. So please bear with us, and I ask for your indulgence from the beginning, since it is already a long day. But I think now we have a kind of an interesting part, because we will have one presentation from EMSA, which will somehow put the scene in relation to what is our intention to work with for battery energy storage systems for ships. And I will ask my colleague to come to present on that. But after that, we will have a roundtable discussion, a kind of a debate, which for which reason we have invited a number of people from the industry and the administrations as well, but I will present them to you a bit later. So from EMSA, my colleague Lanfranco, yes, please, will take the floor to present what EMSA has been requested by the Commission to work on, battery storage systems for ships. After, let's say, meeting of the passenger ship safety expert group in last year, and under the initiative from Sweden and other member states as well, I would say, the Commission asked EMSA to work on that, but I stop with the details and I will give the floor to Lanfranco, please.
Thank you, Ioannis, and good afternoon to all. As Ioannis mentioned, these are a few slides to explain the why and the how. We are doing this, and then we will go as fast as we can to our panelists. A request from the Commission back in at the beginning of the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken, that was somehow pushed by the member states because they were having more and more cases of installation of batteries on board the ships, and there was it was immediately identified the need to draw up some kind of harmonization of the rules and to fill the gap that eventually could be identified. So in that respect, what we are trying to do is to put together a group of experts from the industry throughout the value chain, and to help us to draw up what we think could be a guidance, if you want, on the model of the ones that we have been discussing so up to now for the alternative fuel vehicle. The response from the industry was amazing, I would say. We have more than 80 experts already sitting with us and doing this exercise. The most important message of this slide is the last bullet point, actually, because we have a consultation round open on internet on the EU survey. You will see later the address until the end of October. Now, we had already a couple of meetings with the experts. Some of you here and those connected online have been with us in this meeting. And for the first round of consultation, in which we are trying to understand what should be the underlying philosophy of the guidance, we touch on very basic aspects of the matter. So the scope and the application, that seems something to be very straightforward, but when you go into the problem, you see that there are many different angles, and then there are decisions that need to be made at the very beginning on what we are really going to address. What are the functions of the battery energy systems that we are going to address and that we want to address. What are the boundaries of the systems that we are addressing eventually in the guidance, meaning where we stop ourselves and we connect to the rest of the ship as is today. And then a little bit more on the general philosophical approach, how this guidance should put in relation with the existing regulations, with the risk assessment methodology as we know and as we don't, and what is the role, what will be the role of the alternative design when the guidance is in place. Preliminary structure is this one. Now, I want to be very, very careful with this because we said several times, and we want to still stick to this, that this structure, this scope of application, the philosophy, and all the things that I've just been mentioning should be coming from the discussion that we are having in the group. And because the first consultation round is still open and answers and views should be submitted there, we haven't, of course, a firm decision on that. This is very important because the guidance in first place is not for us. It's for the administrations and for the industry. So we need to hit where is needed and deliver something that is useful to the maritime value chain at large, if you want. So point one, it's a chapter in its own right, but this we already touch upon. And then one obvious let's say structure could be chapter dedicated to the battery energy storage system as such, where the boundaries of this system should be in fact detailed and explained. And here probably the intention would be not to open and touch on existing standards or standards that are in preparation, but trying to fill the gaps that these standards have left out so far for marine and maritime application. And then, of course, the onboard arrangements for the battery systems, and that is probably something that as a community we know a little bit better. It's our job as integrators, as operators, and there is a lot of scope for work. And just to mention one of the problem that is clearly to be challenged, that is a clear challenge for this type of systems is the fire safety philosophy and the fire safety in its entirety. And then a chapter on operation and trainings that is extremely relevant, being these new technologies on board, and there is a scope for quite some reflection there to cover all the gaps that are actually in the actual regulatory structure. Additional provisions by mode of operation, and here we should elaborate a little bit more on the function of the that the battery system can have on board, but this is maybe for the panel discussion. And I would even add another element that may be needed provisions for types of batteries that are not mainstream today. Lithium-ion batteries, for sure, it's the bulk of the installations. but other chemistries, solid state, can probably and should be tackled in that respect. And then provisions on how to deal with the safety assessment and the alternative design. Now, how do we intend to proceed? After the first round that, as I explained, try to explain, is mainly shaping, we would like to go through these steps to develop the various sections of the guidance. An in-house, let me call like that, hazard identification that with the 80 plus experts are around the table, I'm sure is something that is quite well feasible, because indeed we are covering all the angles of this type of technologies. And then if this is the way that will be agreed to go forward, the classical structure of the goal-based standard regulation, goal, functional requirements, performance requirements, and testing standards that you don't see here as a step on its own, because we may have also the ambition to address some of these aspects under the functional requirements. So that is the structure that we may want to proceed with. The step 4, performance requirements, is in light gray for a reason, because in the group, in the first discussions that we had, there were split views up to where the guidance should stop. While it is sure and well understood that goals and functional requirements should be definitely tackled, for the more detailed requirements, there are still discussions that have to happen. Now, as promised, and again, the most important message of this short presentation, the first consultation survey is available already since 2 or 3 weeks. It will be live until the end of the next. It is a survey. I'm sorry, it takes some time to reply, but we feel that especially this first one, it is really very important to get the record straight from the beginning. And I think this is, no, sorry, I forgot one. The planning. Now, October 22, this is where we are. We will have we had the first meeting with the experts, after which we started the first round. That will last, as we said, until the end of this month. We will, after that, regroup in-house, analyze and prepare the results and the question for the second round during the month of November. If I'm not mistaken, we will have a meeting scheduled in November with the group of experts with who we meet online in the afternoon, couple of hours, 3 to 5 Central European time, not to impact too much on the work schedule of the people. We'll go like that with this methodology until February, when we foresee a third round of correspondence. And round after round, we will address one by one the chapters and the main topics of the guidance to arrive possibly in March, April with a first draft that then will be, of course, submitted again to the group for consideration. And if everything goes in the right direction, let's say before the summer, beginning of the summer, we might have a first, first in-person workshop to, let's say, conclude or put a full an end point to this first part of the development of the guidance. These are indicative dates. Do not crucify us if we are 1 month earlier, 1 month later. This is more or less what we plan and we intend to do. Yeah, now it's really the end. Thanks.
And thank you very much, Lanfranco. Actually, I would just remind you what we had presented this morning, that one of our proposals for our preliminary program for safety for sustainability was to use one of our studies to feed, let's say, the second phase of this guidance. I'm already envisaging and looking very much forward, but as Lanfranco explained, we are very much looking that we will probably be working with tier 1 and 2 functional requirements as well, but at a certain stage, and since there will be probably discussions in the IMO context as well, it would be useful that we go with tier 2, more in-depth functional performance requirements, but also testing standards, and tier 4 as well, for prescriptive requirements on rules and regulations for design and construction would be a possibility. So this could be part of a study as we discussed earlier this morning. And before going to our roundtable discussion, any questions in relation to what is the envisaged work from EMSA on this? The floor is yours. If you have now any clarification, many of you are already part of the consultation group, I understand. So
I have just a question. If you could put the slide with the links for the survey, please.
Yes, Portugal.
Thank you.
We will put the link in the chat.
I think,
so
yes, all the presentations
easier.
that they will be.
But we will put the link now in the chat
okay.
as well. Yeah.
Even better. So Portugal, this is okay for you? That's what you wanted. Okay. Any more questions or comments or anything? I don't see the chat. Santiago, is there anything there? Okay. I think fair enough. It's more or less a factual one. So I think we are ready to move on. And well, to the last part of our day, where I'm very pleased to say that we have a number of high-level speakers here with us, which they have kindly accepted this invitation to participate in a discussion, short discussion, of course, in relation to what we have been debating today on battery energy storage systems. We talk a lot about lithium-ion batteries, but okay, this is not the only thing that we maybe need to address. So first things first, I'm very happy to welcome here with us one of the representative from one of major maritime battery energy storage system manufacturers from Corvus, Mr. Kolbjorn Berge. And I do apologize in advance because it may not be Greek for me as a Greek, but all the northern names, so please correct me if I'm... Also, we have from Sweden, we have from Carnival Maritime, Mr. Tim Wolfram, and then we have from a big classification society, which is DNV, Mr. Sverre Eriksson, and finally, last but not least, Mr. Matthias Hornquist, which comes from the Swedish Maritime Administration. And actually, I would like to start with Matthias. because, as we mentioned already, the work we are currently undertaking on battery energy storage systems in EMSA comes after a suggestion that put forward from Sweden in the context of the passenger ship safety expert group, which of course, along with other participants there and other member states and the Commission, you asked the Commission to come forward with a kind of a guidance in relation to batteries for maritime applications. And my question to you, Matthias, then is what, as an administration, you would like to achieve in this context, along, of course, with other member states and with the European institutions working together?
Thanks. The Swedish Transport Agency noted quite early an interest from our ship owners for electrical energy storage installations on board our ships. At that time, it was our expert on machinery and electrical installations, my colleague Said Mohebi in this room also, that took the initiative to develop guidelines for electrical energy storage installations on board Swedish ships. A few years ago, as an expert on fire safety, I got more and more involved, and since then we have been working together on these matters, and during this process we have seen an increasing demand for guidance and rules for safe and reliable electrical energy storage installations. And inspired from the EMSA study on electrical energy storage for ships that was presented at a passenger ship safety expert subgroup meeting, and from ongoing research in Sweden, Sweden raised this matter at COS 48 and expressed our view on the importance of establishing a commonly agreed regulatory framework for battery installations on ships. As a first step, and considering that initially at least batteries on board will be installed on ships engaged on domestic voyages or in short international regular routes, and taking into account the current experience with other alternative fuels technologies, the development of best practice guidance or interim guidelines at EU level was suggested as an appropriate approach to start to work on battery systems for propulsion and power supply on board ships, primarily aiming at providing a harmonized approach for an acceptable safety level. In short term, the Swedish Transport Agency hopes for clear and relevant guidance on safe and reliable electrical energy storage installations, primarily for our domestic ships that are not covered by the Directive 2009/45 for passenger ships. In those domestic ships, we cannot rely on class rules the same way we can in ships covered by the directive or SOLAS. And as a second step, in a more long-term perspective, Sweden would welcome mandatory rules for electrical energy storage in ships, where the directive and also SOLAS is applicable.
Well, thank you, Matthias. So I take that harmonization is apparently in order to address safety challenges that pose these new technology is one of your main considerations, but in the long term as well, you see a kind of a regulatory, let's say, intervention in this regard.
Yeah, we believe that would be the way forward.
Yes, thank you. I think it's very clear. And I would like to continue with Mr. Berge from Corvus. Well, we know that your company has already a very impressive portfolio of installations as well. And before entering to technical questions, I would like to ask you, from your perspective as a manufacturer, I mean, how do you see the market developing? Should we expect always a constant increase? But I mean, not only in the number of installations, but also in terms of the power that is being installed on individual ships. How do you see the market evolving?
Yeah, and thank you for inviting me, first of all. the battery market started in kind of a clusters, so it wasn't divided all around the world. So it was more in different regions. We saw that batteries popped up as an item that the ship owners wanted, basically due to incentives in many cases. But now we see that we can get inquiries from all over the world. It's not so localized as it used to be. So it's not much more diverse market than it was only a few years ago. We have done some estimates together with 2 external companies to try to estimate how big the market will be in 2030. Currently, the battery market is 0.4 gigawatt hours, and by 2030 it's estimated to be 12 gigawatt hours on a yearly basis. So it's quite a significant increase in the battery market in the years to come, and it's a quite extensive growth in the market when you go from 0.4 gigawatt hours to 12 gigawatt hours in 8 years. And when it comes to the type of installations and the sizes of installations, it's changing. In the early phases, we saw smaller battery packs, battery installations. So a typical ferry was maybe 1 megawatt hours for a road ferry in Norway, and similar ferries now is 4 and 5 megawatt hours. And we also see tugs moving from a couple of hundred kilowatt hours to 6 and 7 megawatt hours. So the increase is quite significant. But on the other hand, we see quite a few vessels going from 0 batteries to a small battery pack, or even new markets going from 0 to quite big battery packs, which is necessary the ship owners needs to have the battery packs on board to get knowledge on how to best use them, because that's the experience we have heard from most of the ship owners, that they had some expectations of when they introduced the batteries, but they have realized new things that they didn't expect and new benefits that they didn't imagine when they took on board the batteries. So the estimates are estimates, and they are conservative. So I guess if the markets and the decarbonization are to be on track, it's probably bigger than we estimate as well.
Well, thank you very much. I take it in a positive way. It means that the message is that we will probably see in the coming years booming in respect to battery systems, energy systems on board. So this is probably something that the industry, but also the administration, should take into account in their own long-term or mid-term planning. I see that also in this effort for development, for growth, I would expect that the class would have a really important role to play, because you need certification, you need rules, and we have, as I said already, we have Sver from DNV here, where one of the classes that were from the first ones to develop class rules in relation to this new technology. So in this regard, Sver, how do you see these rules evolving in the next years and adapting also to the new installations and to the new requirements as we're discussing?
Thank you for that question. Let me go back to 2012 when we released the first class rules for battery-powered vessel. It was 2-3 pages of functional requirements. Today it's maybe 20-22 pages with more prescriptive rules. And if you look at that trend, then at least the rules is going to be thicker. But the thing is, you start with functional requirement when you don't know the technology is developing, you don't know the market, you don't know what kind of products there are there, and you need to be able to verify a safe installation. You need to have a functional requirement. But the challenge with functional requirement is then that each project will be a science project. And if you want to have efficiency in building vessels and keeping the costs down, so on, there is an demand for having more prescriptive rules. One of these guys earlier today told about what to do in Korea and China when you're going to build a vessel. And of course, on those markets, you need prescriptive rules. So, having said that, what we are thinking now, and I was just on an internal workshop in looking into the rule development for the next year. And what we are looking into now is to keep on with the prescriptive part, but look into make a kind of guidance in addition that is more functional based, that could be used when the technology development, when these prescriptive rules doesn't fit your vessel. So there is another way of going. But of course, if an owner chooses to go for this guidance way, then it will be more extensive work. And I would like to take a couple of things more that we are looking into. It's a kind of boring thing, but it's the maritime environment. And get some more strengthened regulation regarding the battery system's ability to withstand a maritime environment. We have seen, we have gone through 10 cases now with battery fire incidents and near incidents. And actually 8 of them is breakdown of the insulation directly or indirectly in the battery systems itself. So what we see is that salty atmosphere, leaking coolant, glycol, ethylene, different things that are in a way due to the fact that you are in a maritime environment. So if you take just the land-based equipment and put it on board, you do a type approval according to the type approval scheme. It might be that this environmental test is not sufficient enough, so maybe you need something special. Please remember, the battery system itself is still on power when it's turned off. So even though you are in a critical situation, you choose to shut down your system, you still have energy left in the system. And you need to have a safe system also when it's shut down. Yes. I would also mention that fire extinguishing is still a challenge for batteries. It has been there for all the years. It's not related to the maritime industry. It is in a way something that is for cars, it's for energy storage on shore and all different kind of applications. So this is still a challenge. We still recommend that you use water to cool down the system. That is the way. You don't necessarily extinguish the system, but at least you cool it down so it doesn't spread. Thank you.
And thank you very much as well. I noticed that you mentioned about performance requirements also for the equipment that is being manufactured. So this is also a challenge maybe in the context of the value chain that it needs to be addressed. And that there are already some incidents with installations already on board ships, which of course we take stock, and this probably will feed our experience and the discussions to come in the future. But that's also an indication of the challenges that we are facing when developing these kind of technology.
Yes, that's correct. And of course, you could put all the measures on the battery system itself, and then can have it in any kind of environment. Or you can put all the efforts on the room of installation and make it dry and fine and everything. And then you can put in any unprotected battery system. Or you need to take a balance. And I think we need to have a balance here.
Thank you. I think it's a very clear message. But all these finally, I think, end up to where? Of course, to the user, to on ship. And of course, we have team from Carnival Maritime here. And I would like to ask you, I mean, of course, without disclosing any business sensitive information, but how do you see these types of installation, these kind of new technology developing in your business segment, in ships and shipping? But also, do you think that this is a technology or technical solutions that are here to stay, or you see it more as a transitional technology in view of addressing let's say, the greenhouse gas emissions?
Thank you. Good question. Of course, for us right now, we see it as a key technology, and it will also be a question here for us a little bit, how strong this particular technology will be in use, or how it will be combined with additional things which are on the horizon. Just a little bit looking from my perspective as a cruise ship operation, which is often quite a little bit different to the rest of the shipping industry, as we have not dedicated turnaround ports. We will have ships for sure in different areas and different time frames in ports which have totally different infrastructure. So all in all, looking to this technology is a challenge for us to get a conclusion in which particular matter we will use it, or what is the benefits for us. Designing these systems, we have particular use cases, but it's also interesting for us, let's say also here in this round, to see a little bit the opinions of different operation profiles. And for the question, for us right now, it's a key technology to identify what is the use of the future for our business. And as I said, what comes on the horizon when we see it, basically it's good to compare it like the shoreside technology right now. We have wind energy, we have solar, but there is no defined storage for this energy which is produced. And this is also the fact for us that for sure there will come new technologies on our ships, but we need to have the possibility to store this energy in between. Same, we are really going forward with shore connection technology. And also there it's the case, we are in the port, we have it ready, we can run the ship on it, it's very nice, but we right now cannot take the effort to store this energy somewhere. That's why to get this knowledge for us is very important. We have also our own department basically doing research on future technologies and our specific use cases. And that's why for us this energy storage systems right now, it's a very important topic to get knowledge for this. We have also needs, and basically it was said already, talking to decarbonization, we will have certain areas in the future which will have limitations that we go with our actual ships there. And as we want to still continue in our market to make our guests basically happy to go in these areas and destinations where they want to go, we also need to lead this way. So we need to have a technology to achieve this. Same is applying basically for locals. So as right now or in the past, there is also a public interest, especially they are looking to cruise ships. And this means that we also should not basically pollute the surroundings and pollute the ports. And this is all in all for us the driving factor basically to look on this technology right now.
Thank you very much. So the message is that the technology is here to stay, and I see it very clearly. Of course, there is this debate between deep sea shipping and short sea shipping, and whether this technology fits also with the needs for a deep sea shipping perspective. But I think it's quite clear that we are talking about different options and different answers for different questions. So I think this is how this will be addressed also by the industry. I'm ready to open the floor for questions from you, of course, around the table, but also from the chat. But before that, I would like to put forward one last question for all the panelists here, in terms of something that for us it's also relevant, which has to do with the EMSA guidance to be developed, as we explained here. So, which probably in short term, what kind of a role you would see for some kind of an EMSA guidance that we will produce, which of course it's a non-mandatory instrument in this case. And in addition, what would you see then in the mid or long term for the need for regulatory developments? We already discussed with Matthias here. So what kind of regulatory developments would be appropriate in that case in the mid-long term? But first, for EMSA's guidance. So who would like to address for this first? I mean, it's for all, but who would take the... Yes, please, DNV.
Yes. There you go. First of all, I think it will be very good if we get some functional requirement. As I told, that is also what we are ourselves looking into, to address different kind of solutions. So that is very important. And I think if this EMSA guideline shall be a big success, it needs to address also these vessels that are not covered by class. So we talk about, like you said, the domestic vessels, not necessarily that small, but also down to a little smaller. And then define what is the correct safety level, because we can make so many barriers. You can have as many barriers that you come up with, but there is, a level that is reasonable. So I think that is very important. And this EMSA guideline, I would guess that it will give you more awareness. So I'm working with different flag states, and there are different approaches from the flag states, to be honest. So that will in a way level the different flag states, and they will actually maybe act the same way. And that will be good for companies like Corvus and myself and the ship owners. Yeah.
So I still hear the word harmonization without hearing it, of course, but I think this is something very important that we could make a difference there. And yes, team, please.
Just short, but basically, I guess for us as a ship owner, the EMSA guideline would not be the first document to basically to look on, as we are first of all building a ship according to rules, and then we're running a ship and bringing it in operation according to other rules, like from the same society. And in the end, let's say our aim is to have everything safe, and also for our side, it's important to have really specified rules. First of all, from the class society, but for us, it's also interesting to see above and around that there are rules which are basically taking not just us in consideration, because basically what we are building, what we are using is most probably then specified for a cruise ship, for example, not in particular detail, but it's important to see that there are rules around. And as I said before, also here it's interesting to see basically that a lot of things coming from safety, coming later to training and so on, that there is guidance to all these parties where we will, in the end, as customer, rely on. And that there is a framework around where we know that everybody is acting to and is basically developing it further. Of course, it's very hard to have a guideline, and where it's in this matter written, for example, that we're discussing about systems from 20 kilowatt on, and now we are installing systems 10 megawatt plus might in the future, which is for sure challenging, but there should be a guidance on top where then the particular rules more in detail from the societies, from the authorities, and even then from the makers in the market can be developed.
Thank you, team. Level playing field, I think, is important. And yes, of course, what about the manufacturers?
And the EMSA guidelines could address something that the classification societies doesn't address, and that's crew training, which is something that's normally not part of the scope of a classification society, but on battery systems, it's certainly something that should be addressed. Both on operation, but also emergency operation of how to handle situations, because it might be our fault for making the energy system looking harmless, but it isn't harmless, so we need to be aware of the risks surrounding it. An additional part is for if EMSA could make common functional requirements that establish a common ground, because we have different classification societies and they are diverting from each other on how to regulate batteries, and the EMSA guidelines could try to pull those together and make them more unified with at least a common starting point. So I think there is a lot of important work here, and also the next step for these guidelines could be important.
Thank you. And I think I already see the challenge for us, which is how to bring together probably different approaches from different classes or from different, let's say, manufacturers or from different administrations, and how to converge to a kind, at least I would say, a commonly accepted document that would be the reference document as well for all these. And of course, in detail, things can also diversify. Sweden, maybe we also talked about a regulatory approach at long term, but please.
Yes, thanks. Well, especially in relation with what Sverre said here, in Sweden we are struggling the most with our domestic ships that are not covered by the directives or SOLAS, since we cannot rely on class rules. And we believe that applying the EMSA guidance for this category of domestic ships can lead to a simplified approval process. And we also believe that a goal-based approach is the way forward, and we believe it is important to go all the way down to tier 4 or even 5. We also believe that this guidance can form a basis for future mandatory rules on this area. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthias. I think it's very clear. I mean, your perspective and your vision. I think I would like to open the floor for you to get engaged in this discussion, taking advantage of our speakers here, but also putting forward your perspective in our discussion. It's a technology which is, as I said, more mature than probably what we were discussing yesterday, but still there is a lot of open questions and a lot of challenges ahead, especially in relation to safety. So, who would break the ice?
Thank you very much. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that the major problem here is battery safety, fire safety in the batteries, thermal runaway. I have one question to the battery manufacturer. If you know that there is any ongoing research regarding to find out a new chemistry or new type of battery technology to avoid thermal runaway in the future? Thank you.
To avoid it, it might be difficult, but certainly there are research institutions looking into chemistries that are almost without the risk of thermal runaway, but that's a few years ahead in time. But just in a couple of years, there will become chemistries that are at least less volatile in a thermal runaway. So it will be at least not the same energy, or the release of the energy will not have the same properties of the current cells. But it's not something that it's a step-by-step evolution, so it's not a revolution, but there is progress on cell chemistries as well. But I think we need to handle the challenge we have now, and when we get cells that are less volatile, that's something good anyway.
Sweden, okay? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me back. I have another question to DNV actually regarding what you mentioned about 10 incidents, battery incidents. And if we want to develop new guidelines for battery safety on board vessels, then it's very crucial that we have a kind of statistic of what's going on on board the vessels. If we have this statistic, how many incidents we have had and why it happens, so we can be better to avoid the future problem. Thank you.
I don't know actually what the question is, but the 10 incidents I'm talking about is incident that is partly known. Some are public and some are not public. So we have some incidents in class, and there has been some in the non-class also. And there probably have been more incidents, but at least these were the 10 that we found. Starting with the tug at Long Beach in California in 2012, I think. This was not insulation breakdown, that was overcharge of the battery. And the latest official is this Brim incident in Norway, where you had saltwater intrusion into the battery system, leading to insulation breakdown and local fire, and then the battery catched fire. But there is no database. But maybe we should ask the flag to start making this, the different flags, and they can coordinate this through EMSA, for instance.
Well, okay, I think it's quite relevant for us, exactly. Sorry, yes, manufacturers.
Yeah, and then Maritime Battery Forum actually are trying to establish a database of battery incidents. So you should look up Maritime Battery Forum. And he is the managing director, is part of the working group in EMSA as well. So he can probably share something in a meeting, at least what he has so far in his database.
I think we would be more than happy. Franco is already noting, so and thanks also. I think the most we can get in to use. This kind of knowledge is really useful. Just to say as well that since there was a kind of provocation from the class, I say we already have powerful instruments or databases in-house in EMSA as well to work with the lessons learned from accidents. But I mean, we have MSIP, as you know, and we are producing safety analysis in specific categories of types of ships or types of accidents happening. It's just that this technology, even though we're talking about battery storage energy systems, which are not, they exist already. We have cases and even incidents, but they're not so many. Flags also are not so maybe familiar also in order how to get into depth when they're analyzing the source, the root causes of accidents related to there. I don't know exactly how much. I'm not now. I don't have the data now to tell you if there is anything in our databases in relation to reporting of accidents that may be relevant with battery systems on board. But even if we have some kind of information, I wouldn't expect that this data would be so significant, the critical mass that you need to analyze statistically or to produce relevant conclusions. Of course, even an individual accident with conclusions or safety-related identified issues, of course, it would be useful, and this is something that we need to do, definitely.
Did we have very serious accidents with batteries? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, really. But okay. Okay. And next. Grimaldi, of course.
Thank you. It's a bit tough, the panel in the afternoon, but we try to be concentrated. This morning we were talking about this funding and the threshold to be financed in the European water, at least for ROPAX, for example, which are interesting for us, or RORO, is something quite high as a threshold to be considered. I mean, the electricity is not enough anymore to do the port to stay, but is necessary at least the maneuvering or the navigation, the propulsion in electric is requested. Then we can debate about how long, but it is requested for the propulsion. So we started with a 5 megawatt hour. That is enough only for the port stay, let's say. And in order to have some navigation, probably you need a 20 megawatt hour. So how do you see in the next, or as a minimum, and you don't do neither probably 25% of the voyage, that is becoming a sort of a new threshold in case of financing. And so how do you see the development of your technology because if already it takes some space, not much for 5. If we need to do 25, do I have to think 5 times? Or how do you see this volume and density future? And if you are working, when you made such a forecast of gigawatt hour in the 2020, do you imagine another product or lithium-ion batteries or something new that will come? We hear about solid state or other type of batteries, or what you see now from now to 2030 is basically already designed?
When it comes to technology, it's basically energy storage, typically in a lithium cell, but it can be different chemistry. We don't know the chemistry yet, and we are not locked to the design. We are not locked to one cell chemistry and one cell vendor. We want to adopt the new cells that come into the market in the years to come, because we see a rapid change in that. We also see that we also need to be able to adopt the new cells equally fast. So how energy dense the system will be in 2026 it all depends on the development of the cells, but we have designed our systems to be able to adopt the standard cell format in a quite rapid time frame. So it will increase, but how much, I'm not sure. But we also do quite significant work towards how to package the energy system on board the ship and increase flexibility for to use as much of the available space as possible to increase the energy density of your installation. But there are also other considerations to take into account because when you want the cells with the absolute breaking edge technology and energy density, those are also probably the most costly. So figuring out the balance there on how much your space on board is valued compared to should we go for the cheaper cells, because there are development also in more not as energy dense cells that bring them up to a certain level, but not at the top level, but the cost is a significant less on the cell basis, and the cell cost is a significant amount of the cost of a battery installation. So it depends on the profile and the design and how the ship owner wants to have it, because it could be an option to have a larger system physically, but maybe at a lower cost, or the opposite, having a more energy dense system at a higher cost. But it's difficult to have two lines under the answer on how energy dense this will be in 10 years, but we traditionally have seen when we introduced the first energy system, the 6500 from Globus, from that to the next generation, we halved the weight, we halved the volumetric requirements for the system, and we also halved the cost, I think, from the first one to the second one. But we are not halving the cost on the next gen. But we see a 50% increase on 5 to 6, 7 years development. So from the existing system to the next one, we also see a 50% increase in energy density on board the ship installation. So in 5, 6, 7 years more, we probably will have a similar increase. But it's still, for a longer voyage, you still might need to look into a range extender, so similar arrangement.
Just maybe to add to basically it comes back to the two questions, why we are here, what we are doing, and the question for me, if it's a key or a further technology. Basically, you and me, we would have the same demands, so we want to have a system to basically drive the ship with it. What we are right now building, technically it's possible, but of course by the capacity to run this kind of ship, what we are doing, it's demanding. And in the end, for us, it's the proof of concept now to see that this system and our means and navigation is working. That's why, of course, we give the demand to you basically to invest further ideas for future technologies. And on the other hand, it's important, it's why we are here to get clear guidelines and then even much more clear rules and regulations. As you said, the market will spread bigger, and latest in this situation, there should be for all manufacturers clear guidance that we can rely on this. That's basically the purpose of our work group.
Thank you. Well, clear rules and regulations to address a very innovative, very challenging, and very not controversial, but still somehow technology which needs still to be developed and needs to be safety, let's say, challenged and checked and approved before. So clear rules and regulation is really challenging in this case, but this is exactly where we need to go. So I think we still have some time. So, of course, Ricardo, Commission.
Thank you. I think this is definitely a very challenging topic, and I would go back to the presentation from Lanfranco, where one of the points that was presented was definition of the boundary. Where should we define the boundary for addressing the battery system, and to really then develop on safety about the battery systems. Not only the boundary, I think also the operational conditions. So it's remarkable to say that the battery system, whilst at use, being charged, or even not being used, there will be different considerations to make with respect to the role of the battery management system and of the control systems for the batteries. And in this context, I would like to make one comment and one question, which is to develop cost-efficient mitigation measures or safeguards, or either structural, active, passive. We need data, and this was already a question that was asked. We need data to understand what would be the most probable events, what would be the most likely events that could occur. So I believe this is strikingly relevant to have this sort of data in order to understand what are the cost-efficient measures that can be put in place. And at the same time, as we talk about cost-efficient measures, we also understand that battery systems are developed and built and integrated in different layers. So we the cell, the module, up to the battery room. And we understood, and the question comes now, we understood from interacting and discussing with different manufacturers that slightly different safety concepts have been developed. Some more based on intrinsically safe concept of the cells, battery modules, and construction of the systems, and some based on a good guess on where to put detection and fixed installation for gas extraction and cooling. I don't advocate for one or the other. I'm just wondering, where do we put the balance? Where do we put the balance on where we can have a good reassurance, where intrinsically safe concepts can be applied, either based on structural integrity, based on reinforced enclosure for the module, and on the other hand, where do we make a good guess on where to put the level for gas extraction, cooling, and all these sort of more active safeguards? Thank you.
Thank you. That was the longest question I almost heard today, but first prize for that. It is a super dilemma, because it would be the best that the battery itself was intrinsically safe, that nothing could happen. And that was what happened with Titanic. They didn't need life rafts because it couldn't sink. But you need to prepare at least for the unpredicted. So you need some sort of barrier around also an intrinsically safe system. And then the question is, what is the cost of making an intrinsically safe system towards making a safer room where you install it? And that is always a balance. And that is in a way what we are trying to do in the class rules. That does not necessarily fit all the vessels. So I think that is what I was trying to say in the beginning. The success of this EMSA guideline is if it defines the safety level needed. And then you can play with putting the barrier on the battery or putting the barrier in the ventilation duct, making a dry room or whatever you do. So, but we need to have this back in our head.
But how do you define the safety level if that is associated to the cost efficiency and that is associated to the availability of data in order to define where to put the safety level on? Because that's ultimately, and I thank you for your reply, but ultimately where is the educated guess to be made with respect to that?
Well, I wouldn't dare to say that I would address or answer this, but I would be a bit reluctant to combine, let's say, the safety level first of all with cost efficiency. I mean, when we talk about safety levels, should be, of course, based on research and specific data analysis, maybe, which we probably lack at this stage. But it should be based on specific risk assessment and the specific safety levels that we want to achieve. So I think the challenge will be, first of all, to bring together the knowledge that exists out there, which at this point is probably fragmented. So already, if you're able to have a forum with, how many are Lanfranco already in the consultation group? I think we have more than 60, 80. So I think this is already an indication that we can bring together quite a lot of knowledge and experience people from the industry and the administrations, and why not from academia as well. So I think this is probably the first step here. And then, of course, if there is a need for further research, and that's why we already talked about studies, or this would be the first step, probably this is something to take stock from. Data analysis, that would be more challenging. I don't know exactly what we could find with our hands. We're talking about innovative technologies that are still developing. So yeah, on that's why I said I wouldn't dare to reply to your question, but that's the closest I can get.
The guidance will reply to his question.
The guidance will reply to your question. Yes, Lanfranco, good luck. So I think with that, unless somebody would like to clarify something or anything in the chat, no. I think yes.
There is just a comment on the chat, which is more a comment about the training for the crew, indicating whether the STCW has already some crew certification requirements to operate and maintain the batteries, and if not, the EMSA guidance should look at providing pointers on crew training that can inspire amendments to STCW. So indeed, the EMSA guidance will have a part on training, yes. But I don't know if so much as to amend STCW, at least at this stage.
Well, I think to amend STCW, it's not EMSA's business anyway, or I mean, neither. But I guess in the same kind of equivalency, as an example, that the AAV guidance, which has already been published, and maybe a reference document in the context of the discussions of the IMO, possibly the same kind of guidance for battery energy systems could be used in the context of an international forum like IMO, to a discussion which would comprise as well amending of various legal instruments as well. I think with this, yes, Tim, of course.
Just shortly for the training, I think this was also something what I brought in the first round as attention. There's a point what we see in our installation now, that of course we are running a project, we install something, and then we have some experts which are basically engineers, and after that most probably leaving the ship and giving the system to the crew. And that's something where at least it's our wish. That's also what Colin basically said. We organize training, so we ask every integrator, please offer us specific training for the equipment we have. It's a different topic to have something in the STCW, but at least the market, the suppliers, or the stakeholders should be aware that there is a demand from our side to have trained and skilled people. And I think this is something why we brought it in attention for the guideline, that this is shared basically to the producers and to the integrators, and to make also the ship owners aware that these systems, as we said, it's not a toy. There should be operators with a certain level of knowledge on it.
Thank you for this information as well, which is always useful to have. Okay, I think we have come to, sorry, I didn't, yes, please, and I don't see the plate, so please, if you can identify yourself.
Yeah, Paolo Scialla, Lloyd's Register. Thank you for your good presentation and very interesting discussion. I'm talking as a member of Ajax, and I wanted to highlight that within the safe decarbonization panel of Ajax, it has been just established a technical group, a technical panel that is developing something similar to what we are talking about here on the EMSA table. So it has the aim of develop suitable Ajax instruments like unified requirements, unified interpretation around energy storage systems with a special focus on lithium batteries. I think that it could be good to have a link between this EMSA group and the Ajax panel. We have also a couple of members that are in both groups, so I think that having a bridge connecting these two groups could be very helpful, focusing on the same goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd, for this intervention. I just wanted to confirm whether this Ajax panel, if the coordinator is Carlo Aichini from RINA, because that's the contact we had from Ajax. Just wanted to confirm if that is the case.
Yes, confirmed. I refer directly to Carlo.
Yeah, thank you. Confirmed, and of course, makes a lot of sense. And thanks for this intervention as well. And we'll try to keep up. I think it has been a long day, and yesterday it was another long day, and tomorrow we have another half day, which probably is good. So I have to confess that my colleagues here were kind enough to prepare me a long list of the conclusions of today's discussion, and also the previous ones, which I would dare to say that it will be extremely useful in the report of this workshop, which you will also be kept in the loop as well. So I think you will be able to take stock of this, but I will simply skip now because we are already getting late. I would just want to say that it was a pleasure, because for me it was very useful to hear also in the previous day and in the morning the considerations mixed with the flavor from the industry and the administrations and people who are working on the field with such an innovative technology. And because I like to say that traditionally safety comes after a huge or major accident, or in this case, and thank God it's not the case. So although we are running to cope with the technology and with all this innovative thinking and proposals, but still we are trying to be proactive and we are trying to address these safety challenges. So I think with that, I will invite you tomorrow for the third module, which is the session in relation to electrification, but with special focus on shoreside electricity and the ports. And I would like to wish you all to have a nice afternoon, get very well-deserved rest, and see you all tomorrow. Have a nice afternoon. Bye-bye.